Welcome back for part 3 of Dissolve and Bloom with the Design Science Studio, the Vision Train, the Buckminster Fuller Institute, Catalyst, Hub Ritual, so many members of the Design Science Studio cohorts, friends, kin. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your presence, your vision, and your kinship. I'm going to hand the floor over now for Danielle Lindenberger to lead this next session, who is going to be introduced. So I will stop my share, and I believe Mariette is coming on up.
Yeah, sure am. It's so good to be here with you, everyone, in this third part of this amazing day. And I am just going to say that Roxy has been holding it so beautifully together. So thank you, Roxy, for making this day and all these days in this vision train as well. Amanda Sage, thank you for making these all possible. So what an incredible day and moment we're in this third portion. And I am going to um, just say a little about, see if we can, I think we're going to get George up to also help with the intro. I don't know if are you here, George? Let's see. All right. Thank you. Welcome back, George. And I'll let you
I'm happy to
introduce,
be here.
yeah, I'll let you introduce Daniel in here as well and let you guys do your magic.
Beautiful. Yes, of course. Next up, we have Daniel Lindenberger. Daniel's focus on mycelial approaches to the meta crisis involves community and emergent action on the bioregional scale across regeneration, resilience, and relief, with an emphasis on gameful design. So welcome on up, Daniel. We're looking forward to this session. It's always fun.
Thanks so much, George. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be playful and interesting. But first, before I begin, I just want to say a mosaic is an incredible piece of art. So many different beautiful pieces get brought together with an artist figuring out how do I lay these out in the way that conveys the meta story of those pieces. And Roxy, just wanted to say thank you for such brilliant mosaic weaving today. You have such exquisite pieces to work with, but the flow of everything is just spectacular. And I know that that doesn't come easily, so thank you. Quick, quick, everyone. It's time to slow down. Malcolm showed us in his presentation about the polycrisis, the level of frantic, myriad, bifurcating challenge that we're facing. We have to figure it out. We have to figure it out now. Everything is hurtling at us. I'm 51. I grew up looking through binoculars at Star Trek, at the various futures there, at Mad Max, the different possibilities. And I'm only realizing recently I was holding the binoculars the wrong way around. What seemed like it was far in the distance and that I was zooming in to squint at is here, now. This is the time where we get to choose the future that we're making. That's always true, but this is an exquisite leverage point where we get to bring all of ourselves to bear. So before I begin, I'm just going to ask you each to consider that you, each of you individually, has the potential and power and capacity to fundamentally help shape what that dance is, what it is we're moving into, and that gatherings like these are what give us some of the best opportunities to careen into those other adventurers and poets and heroes and heroines who are working as hard as they can to bring something new into being. One final preamble, perhaps. My hope, and increasingly over the last 5 years, my fairly firmly held belief in the musical piece we were listening to right before we came in, it talked about what if our role isn't to try to extend forever, but what if it's to figure out how we wind down gracefully as a species? For certain, things are collapsing. The way things have been are no more. and we're in the process of the mixture of echoes of what have been and glimpses of what's going to come. And my hope, and increasingly my experience, is that the act of graceful palliative care and the act of midwifery for humanity on the planet are identical. We don't get to choose what that outcome is, but we get to choose to participate in it. I'll start my presentation now, but I'll also say I'm a very low formality presenter, which means we'll probably have chances for people to kind of jump in a little bit. I'm really excited. One second, I need to get that presentation going right because it went squirrely. I'm really excited to be able to play today with Patricia and Scott, whose presentations I loved earlier on today. I'm going to be presenting around Metachrysalis, which is a gameful framework for bioregional flourishing, where we play together, learn together, and build together. And it's impossible to present that without actually playing together properly. So this is going to be a good opportunity, both for the three of us to play together, but though much of this is going to be sort of fishbowl, where you all get to watch and observe and riff in the sideline, please do side channel in the text with each other. But also, there's going to be opportunities for you to participate as we move forward. I'll quickly share 3 quotes as we get going. We're focusing on that mycelial aspect, and these things popped to me today. Relationships are all there is. Everything in the universe only exists because it is in relationship to everything else. Nothing exists in isolation. We have to stop pretending we are individuals that can go it alone. And the most important thing each of us can know is our unique gift and how to use it in the world. Finally, and importantly, all flourishing is mutual. We're moving out of a long period of colonization, which has embedded in our brains this idea of personal thriving or survival, and that is at the expense of those around us, and that is how it must be. Nature red in tooth and claw, social Darwinism. We're still shedding a lot of illusions that have been there for ages and recognizing the deep levels of cooperation, collaboration, and emergence that are a part of what we're evolved for. We're a part of a many tens of billions year journey of matter and energy learning to evolve into a certain dance, and that dance is an emergent and a collaborative one. So where I started in all of this, I suppose, to draw a line, was a 6-month fellowship on mycelial approaches to the metacrisis. Really what that means is what we're doing here right now today. How do we bring people together in community, in collaboration and conversation to figure out what the paths are, and more importantly, to engage in the actual dance of doing the work. Recipe books are fantastic, but what we need is bread. So rather than arguing over who has the best recipe or which recipes should be done, or should it be 1 or 2 pinches of salt, we need to bake bread. And that's what I know everyone who's here is here to do. So Metachrysalis developed from a challenge to orient people to the metacrisis as a liminal lens. Collapse is non-binary. We need to think about what comes afterwards. So doing that in a way that fosters community, agency, playful innovation, and emergence, and ideally in a framework informed by bioregional regeneration as a really effective mode of crystallizing global knowledge into local action. I'm going to briefly summon into the room those aspects of metacrisis that we've been exploring within kind of the metachrysalis world. So there's the existential threats we face. There's the cascading failures that move through our interconnected systems, which are fragile. There's the epistemic crisis of even knowing what is real, who to treat as an authority, and how to engage with the act of searching for truth. We have soul split and the fragmentation of cultural and personal identity. We have the actual ecological crisis, earth erosion, which if that one doesn't get solved, the rest of them become moot. We have power pyramid, not just growing inequality, but the growing ways in which the apex of that power pyramid is distorting all life systems on Earth in order to maximize extraction. tech tsunami, the absolute frantic pace at which technology is growing and evolving, the direction in which it's aimed, and the fact that both outstrip our capacity for social, legal, and ethical systems to keep up, even when we have the best intentions of trying. And leadership lapse. We work in a system and a set of systems that aren't really designed to handle the complexity of the meta crisis, of the times we find ourselves in. Now that's the downward spiral. There's a mirror image upward spiral. And just as the facets of the meta crisis interlock and reinforce, so too do the facets of meta chrysalis, what it is that we can transform things into if we lean into that change. There's a resilient renaissance. I won't go through all of these ones because I want to make sure we have time to play, but I'll say anyone who wants to engage more with this whole piece, we can. So what is this metachrysalis thing I'm talking about? It's a gameful and playful framework for doing bioregional work, where players take on the most meaningful role imaginable. Themselves, yourselves. Rather than escaping the world, this game helps us shape it together and helps us navigate it together. We join forces to carry out real-world projects rooted in our bioregions, and gameplay is guided through narrative archetypes, systemic challenges, and shared purpose. We don't score individual scores. That's not how progress works. We look at social, ecological, and cultural regeneration, and the way that we track those is through permaculture capitals and local commons. It's how do we flow resources in ways that are reasonable, equitable, and sane. In a time of fragmentation, the goal of it is to offer a joyful strategic path towards community coordination and cultural flourishing, collective flourishing, excuse me. Today, we're really focusing in on one part of that journey. There's a lot of parts that are about making our characters, defining who we are as change makers and sharing that with each other, making groups, figuring out what our projects are, or beginning to resource projects more that are already underway. That's where we're stepping into this process. We're looking at mycelial mapping of resources that are available as people are working on projects. Now I'm going to stop and then I'm going to start screen sharing again because I need to throw something in chat for y'all to have later. So this is just a quick bookmark of what it is that we're going to be talking about. First though, I'll say, I want to give a really concrete example of what does this whole mycelial mapping of resources sound like? That sounds wildly esoteric. What you're looking at is a picture that came from two changemakers in the pilot we're running in Fraser Lowland. One, who their role, they have a bus and a team, and they go into the most vulnerable sections of downtown Eastside Vancouver. It's a peer-led community that supports the unhoused. So everyone who's a part of that community is either unhoused or has experienced being unhoused. And that's a critical part of how they do their work and why their work is effective. They have a bus, like I said, they go into different areas, they provide warming, they provide cooling, both are life-saving at different times. They also provide access to different resources and supplies. Another changemaker in our community, what she does is gather supplies. These two people didn't know each other before we began our program. And what Katie does is she gathers supplies from Buy Nothing groups and people moving and schools getting rid of their lost and founds. All of these supplies she takes, cleans, organizes, packages, and makes sure that they get to the people who will ensure that they are received for free by the people who need them. These two people met, Fiona and Katie, and it turned out that Katie was able to get a list from Fiona of what she needed for the bus, for the supplies, and fairly quickly had this set of 3+ wagon loads worth of supplies ready to deliver for Fiona. The key thing here being, all around us, we tend to see the fire that's going on. And we think also about the grassroots groups that are there, but we usually don't know what's happening. It's often siloed. We don't know who's doing what. And we especially don't know what's going on below the root in that mycelial layer of the layer of connection and resource mapping and flow that can happen and should happen. So for a moment, I'm going to ask you to just get settled, to sit for a moment, You can close your eyes if you want. If your mind works better with reading along, that's fine. But we're going to look at these not as esoteric ideas of resources, but I'm going to get you to envision these within your own life and what they look like. So these are 8 capitals coming from permaculture. So we'll just take a moment to settle in. And you can picture, and you may feel like you have an abundance or an absence, or that things are fine with any one of these resources. But for each one, try to picture it concretely, what that looks like for you. First is the financial, the money, currencies, credit, investments, any other tokens of exchange value that we have, the fungibles. Then there's material, the tangible, human-made or harvested objects, buildings, tools, vehicles, infrastructure, renewable tech, local goods, fiber, and fuel. Think about your material resourcing as a person. Then notice your natural resourcing, the living and non-living systems of the bioregion, forests, rivers, soil, air, the minerals, the biodiversity, the climate, the fungi, the wetlands. We are beings of the place in which we live, and that place resources us. The social resourcing, relationships, trust networks, cooperation, shared norms, and mutual aid. What does your social resourcing look like? Then intellectual resourcing, knowledge, systems thinking, know-how, design methods, data, patterns, standard operating procedures, models, all of the different pieces of intellectual resourcing that you personally have that you can draw on. Experiential resources, embodied practice, lessons learned, skill sets earned through time and doing, often tacit or specific to your locale. There are many things that my hands know that my brain doesn't. Cultural resourcing, art, language, shared symbol, heritage, traditions, rituals and values, and ethics and aesthetics and ways of being. And spiritual, our meaning making, our connection to the sacred, our inner transformational process, our connection to purpose and to awe, and our alignment with something greater than ourselves. So what we're going to be doing in a second is beginning to do a little bit of mycelial mapping, looking at the people and projects, looking at both Patricia and at Scott. And I'm going to throw myself into the mix. We had a couple of other people who might have been joining, but 3 is a nice number. So I'm going to throw in Metachrysalis as a piece of that as well. So as we get ready to do that, I'm just going to ask Patricia and Scott to raise your hands so that we can get all 3 of us spotlit. And to come off mute. Welcome. And I just want to share so that folks know the background piece. Where this is stemming from is one of the breakout pods that we were in conversation with, and just having some good conversation and this recognition that it felt like there was a good synergy and a good opportunity to kind of lean into this process as a way to sort of play. I'm going to warn the rest of you, you aren't a passive audience. Those resources that we just talked about, I want you to be keeping in mind as we talk, because this isn't about theory, this is about practice and praxis. So in a moment, we're going to be talking about the work that Scott's doing, the work that Patricia's doing. And as we do, we're going to start trying to weave together some of those different resources to understand which ones are already at play, to think about which ones might be at play. And what I'm going to ask any of us to do is to feel free in the text to add an idea or an offer, and to make it really clear what the differences between those are. An idea is something that pops to mind that may be useful to people. An offer is you saying, I'm willing to put energy into making a thing happen, or I would like to make a connection. It's something that's a little bit more agentic that's happening. So to start, I know not everybody will have been to both of your presentations, though if you weren't, please look them up because they were both fantastic. Starting Patricia, I wonder if you could just give a little bit of an encapsulation of what it is that you're working on and working with.
Okay, so I'm working with this concept of how can we really promote, catalyze the change, promote it in a sustainable way throughout time through working with coherence as the infrastructure for that change to happen, to tag into this fragmentation we are living, and through a whole process where we will be working with inner and individual coherence, relational coherence, and systemic coherence. Through that, how can we start coordinating our actions toward the systemic regenerative future we are all wanting to create?
Amazing, thank you. I'm going to quickly, before we move on to Scott, I'm going to dive in a little bit further and just say part of the preparation for this, actually I'm going to start with a footnote. Unusual to start with a footnote before the thing it's footnoted on, but my footnote is artificial intelligence is tricky. It's one of those things that has so much capacity to just utterly ruin the life systems that we have, to magnetize us in all the wrong directions, and to accelerate us without us thinking first about where do we want to accelerate to. It also has a lot of good power when used right to help synthesize and bring together elements and people. Before we did this, Patricia had a chance to talk with my colleague Ethan at Metachrysalis and to go into a little bit more depth around what she's working on and who she is. I'm just going to do a quick screen share of what that looks like, and to do a little bit of a description here for the project of Regenerative Coherence Lab. So distilled, with AI helping a little bit with that, is this description around what it is. Regenerative Coherence Lab is a 9-month online leadership journey designed to address one of the most persistent challenges in social change work, the fragmentation that keeps the talented, purpose-driven people working in isolation rather than in sustained and coordinated relationship with one another. And so again, right away, like the resonance that's there already between what we're up to is wild. And you know, we'll give people a chance to see this as well. But drawing on deep methodological lineage that includes Otto Scharmer's Theory U, social presencing theater, 4D mapping, Peter Senge's learning organizational frameworks, and the gift economy philosophy of Charles Eisenstein. The program weaves together embodied practice, deep listening, systemic mapping, and emergent collective intelligence into a single integrated container. There's much more there. It's quite rich, but I'm going to just show what we do on the website. Is we break that down into those 8 different resources, and critically, we do it both for capitals in or resources in and resources out. So resources in that might help with this project: participant contribution fees from that founding cohort, the first set of people who might be going through. Different potential grant funding that might be there through partner networks. With the material side, personal technology and communication infrastructure is key for global people to be able to work together on this. And the Earth as an active presence and source of orientation is a key natural resource that's there. One of the things that you'll see as I sort of show these different pieces that are there is that on the website, there's this idea and offer side. So as we build community, our goal in the website isn't to scale up to 5 million people. The goal is to stay small and grow slow and have the people who are there be the people who are baking the bread, whatever their bread happens to be. And one of the pieces of that is having the opportunity to fall in love with the work that each other is doing and be able to give those ideas and offers to each other to be able to help what we're working on. For the person who's running a project, what they can then see is some community notes. So they can see what's been given there. There are the some ideas about the Wellbeing Economy Alliance. If you aren't connected with them, might be highly aligned with what you're doing. Seckham and Rudolf Steiner's foundation model seems really relevant. And I'll just zip down to see, oh yeah, so there's an offer. I would love to have you come and present to the Metachrysalis community at the Design School for Regenerating Earth which I think would be a lot of people who are aligned with the work that you're doing. But you'll see that the basic idea here is that we're looking at, as we get to know each other better, bringing those resources that you just spent time meditating on a little bit about what you have to see what can we offer. Because when we, like the Amish, when we house build or barn raise together, we get something done, and then we can move on to helping the next as well. So we try to do that as our kind of philosophy for what we're doing. And I see already offers and ideas beginning to come in. Blossom, that's a wonderful piece that you have of hosting a creative visioning group every month on Vision Train for folks who want to learn and apply creative problem solving. So we'll make sure, I'll just let you know so that Scott and Patricia, you don't have to be scrambling to record these. We'll make sure that we capture all of these and that those go into your project pages. But as you'll see, we'll begin to get some of those ideas and offers there. And I want to stop for a second and Scott kind of welcome you into the conversation and have a chance for you to describe a bit about Prosperity Loop and what it is that you're working on.
Sure. Thank you, Daniel and Patricia. My proposal is for a circular economy, basically by integrating a handful of existing policy mechanisms and then looking at how that could be scaled from the personal to the global.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that popped out for me right away was on Patricia's page, it mentioned the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, which is something that I'm really interested in as well. So just having that show up right away is really pretty cool.
Nice, that's excellent. And I'm just going to really quickly show again, just because again, that same process happened for Scott of going through and having an interview, which turned into some stuff that's here. But just this little bit of capture of the Prosperity Loop as an independent research project proposing systemic redesign of macroeconomic circulation through 3 interlocking policy mechanisms. I won't go into all of the detail here because again, it's a rich, complicated piece of the different pieces that you have happening. But what I'd love to do is open things up now just for a little bit of fishbowl conversation between the 3 of us to start of where are there interesting synergies that kind of are there? Because I see a bunch.
Hey.
And as we do that, we can weave in any ideas or offers that are being kind of coming in from the other folks that are there. First, I'll say, Scott, definitely that same offer that I was making is one that is there for you. I would love to have you come and talk at the design school around what it is you're doing and feel like it's a really receptive audience of people who are doing interesting work, who would be fascinated by what you're creating.
Thank you. I would love that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, just, the first thing pops up for me is that wellness economy. And without going into deeper, really kind of going deeper into Patricia's project and her page and the content there, it's harder for me to identify, specific crossovers, but maybe Patricia saw something or, you've looked at both of these, maybe you've got something more to share too.
Yeah, well, and I'd say, but we can each kind of unfold a little bit more about our projects as we talk to find where those places of kind of synergy are. Jesse, I'm glad to see that you're here. Jesse's working on an alternative economy model of sorts as well, and would love to learn about more and to check for alignment. And I'm actually, I'm excited to introduce y'all and a couple of other folks to Jesse as well. So we'll make sure that that happens.
Is there a communication network built into the Metachrysalis, or is it do you connect out on other platforms?
We connect out on other platforms. Most of the actual discussion happens in either Zoom or Discord or Mighty Networks, depending on the community that it is. Yeah.
What I could already sense a little bit here between what you mentioned about Scott and my project, like I go more into working in the individual, like we will be working in the systemic level, but from this individual and personal perspective, while he brings more like, as you said, the macro economy thing. So I saw a lot of complementary work there.
Agreed.
Just to start with.
And a little bit of sort of beans, corns, and squash that I was seeing was, so again, Patricia, you're working with that individual set of people and building a deep cohort that are able to go through and really deepen together. One of the things that we're working on with Metachrysalis is doing right now we're doing a regional pilot project in Fraser Lowland, but the overall methodology when we do something like that is find emergent leaders in a region, build community with them, find the synergies between what they're doing, and then see how much we can weave together both their own and other resources to support that work. Importantly, in a way that's relational rather than transactional, so we really are building connection and community. And then, Scott, you're working on this system that even my hunch from everything I've seen is that even a small number of people adopting and modeling it within a region can probably have some decent impact. And that as more energy weaves into that prosperity loop system, that gets bigger. It can kind of resonate at an increasing level. So I'd love to hear your thoughts around that.
Yeah, like I said, my original vision of this was at the U.S. national level, policy level, which, is one thing in and of itself, and there's lots to go into about that. But I have this vision of, the torus, but also at a fractal, system. And so how does this larger proposal that I have, this macroeconomic proposal, how does it scale down? How does it scale down to a city? How does it scale to a state? How does it scale to an organization? Which is something I'm really interested at the moment, specifically because of our work with DSS and how things go. But Patricia, working with somebody who's so focused on at an individual level, or Daniel, the project that you showed as well, talking more about how those would actually interact given the kind of the theory that I'm working with. And maybe it doesn't work, I don't know, but that's part of the conversation, right?
Yeah.
So I see the power of this tool that you've developed in stimulating those conversations. And in particular, also having a format like this where you can do this and you can facilitate. I could see a lot of power in that ability to facilitate, which sounds like what you do as well, Patricia. That facilitation.
I definitely see a lot of complementarity also with you, Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm really interested in there's this piece where the work that we tend to be doing with Metachrysalis, I mean, we work with some people all around the world, but it's really it's regionally focused, and that's a key piece. And you're working to bring together key change makers from different places, and that's also really interesting because it means that there's that possibility for things to connect there. And then to find in any of the given regions of those people who are then engaged and have gone through the lab, it's possible for that to then kind of plant a seed where some of that metachrysalis work can happen. And any place where that's actually having resources flowing in and flowing through, all of a sudden, prosperity loop becomes something that I'd be really interested in seeing. How could that get piloted in different regions? Like I'm keen to find out right now for our region as we move through to the next phase of what we're doing. Like, are there ways that we could be taking the principles of prosperity loop and doing something with it? The other piece that I want to throw in there, Scott, that I'd love for you to talk briefly about is that, so I hadn't mentioned it with what I did, but there's a card game version that is used to initiate and engage things. And I know you've got a gameful component to what you're working on as well.
Yeah, I've been working, trying to develop simulations, and I've got a number of small-scale simulations on the computer. But this group, DSS, really inspired me around the idea of gamification. And I have a background in computer gaming as well, and just playing games on my own. But so I developed a board game that demonstrates a linear economy. How's the current linear economy work, and then what happens when you apply these mechanisms of the prosperity loop, and how it basically unfolds into a circular economy and into a steady state, as opposed to a growth-based economy. It becomes a steady state economy, which is much more sustainable and can even be scaled up or scaled down, growth, degrowth, depending on what the needs are. So there's a flexibility to it, and the game demonstrates that, I think, fairly well. And I'm hopeful that at our live event in July, I believe it is, that I'm gonna, my goal would be to have the opportunity to bring that game and share and play test it and see how people respond to it.
Jesse, do you want to come into audio to just give the aha that you have? I'll also just say quickly by way of intro, Jesse is one of the powerhouses of work in Western North Carolina after Hurricane Helene, at
Mm.
building grassroots crisis relief ecosystems of support. And yeah, Jesse, if you're off audio or on audio now, how many 1,000 pounds of food does the network that you're part of move every month again?
I don't know how many thousands of pounds of food it is exactly, but it's 50,000 food boxes, and each box feeds 4 people. So we feed 200,000 people a month, and our budget is less than $500 a month.
Mm. Wow.
So yeah, so I'm really, really good at like circular economy stuff and bringing in donations and a shoestring budget and that type of thing. And I refer to it as like a bartering economy and a cashless economy. I'm sure that there's fancy names for it, but I don't know them because I am just a girl with a phone. But if you were in Western North Carolina, you would have heard my spiel. So the aha moment that I am having is that I have built this type of system and had like computer people that are so much smarter than me at tech do this stuff while watching me do the work. But we are working to expand nationally and connect lots of dots and lots of programs. And I don't know all of the details behind what you're doing, but it sounds like, based on the language that you're using, you may have the formal language that we're missing to be able to get in front of the people who are willing to fund it and actually make those connections. And like, and we can exchange experience. I have the building trust experience, and that is like 90% of the battle with getting usability. I was able to build trust in Western North Carolina when they were literally chasing FEMA out with like at with weapons. We'll just leave it at that. And it's a skill, and I have that, and I didn't know I had it, but I can teach it.
Yeah.
And like just like the language, I don't know it, but it sounds like you know it. DSS won't even talk to me.
One of the things that came out of that work in North Carolina, and that was a part of the ruminating around the metachrysalis piece as well, was a part of a theory of change. And the piece of it that I think is really relevant to y'all's work as well is just that as metacrisis induced crises happen, those cause systemic interruption, and that allows opportunity for systemic regeneration and alternatives to come forward. When the system as it is disrupted, new things can come forward, and ways that work well can shine in ways that they sometimes can't, like circular economies. And frequently there are these emergent leaders that I had mentioned before. Jesse's a great example of emergent leaders who just step forward. They may have been doing something totally different the day before, and part of what they need is building coherence and community of other people doing that work. And Patricia, the work that you're doing just seems so aligned with the capacity to do that. And I'm really looking forward to learning more about the 9-month curriculum that you have in place as part of what it is that you're designing.
Yeah, I would love to connect, and also just by being, I'm also kind of a hub with initiatives we have here, and exactly to those topics, like there was this Oasis game, also a gamification, also don't necessarily bring any money, like it's fun and fast and spectacular, and and it's wonderful. It was developed by some friends here for disasters, and those friends do also another thing called the Warriors Without Weapons. So there is also a whole methodology there. So how can you really work in those type of situations?
Yeah.
That perhaps that can help also, Jesse, in the language and in spreading, also in communities that are already very focused on helping after disasters and so on.
And just to name it, like, but what you were doing there was both a flow of intellectual resource, but also of social resource. Of like, here's some of the communities and groups that might be aligned with what it is that you're doing. Um, this is like a little bit of a snapshot of what this whole mycelial mapping process looks like. But this is just a snapshot. Of course, where it really gets powerful is as people get to know each other and the nuances and bumps and wrinkles of who we are and what it is that we're doing. Um, Also, that builds trust to the point where you can say, like, oh, actually, I have someone I'd like to introduce you to. Or I'd love to bring you in to do this. Or, hey, maybe we could collaborate on this project or apply for co-funding for a thing. So just to name, thank you both, Scott and Patricia, for playing in this environment. And as with all Metachrysalis play, the play is real. It's all real stakes. And so to just say, I'm really keen to follow up with both of you on where these pieces of connection may actually be, because I feel like they're really solid. I'd love to open things up if there's... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, wonderful. I'll throw here for other people who are also in that space of being your own change maker, baking the bread that you're baking. This QR code will lead you to a page. It's not on the public website, but where you can register for Metachrysalis. You'll have to bear with me because sometimes it's a little slow because, again, it's not about scaling a platform. It's about making relationships and then welcoming people in. But if you are someone who any of this is resonating with, feel free to come by and we'll find a time to have a conversation. I'd love to open things up if there's any time left, just for any Q&A or pieces that people want to comment on around what this experience has been, and then we're done.
Got a little over 10 minutes, so sure.
Great. So anything that's sparking for anybody? Yeah, Derek, please.
Yeah, no, I think that I really like the mycelium idea, and I'm this is the only thing I've experienced today. But I think like identifying people that are actually in action and figuring out how to connect them, because I think this is provoking ideas, and I don't know how to get into the conversation other than like obviously this, but I think like today I reached out to two people about a local initiative for food waste, and it's like, okay, I know this person and I know this person, and to just kind of have that expand.
Yeah.
And there's a difference between the people that are in action and the people. There's lots of people with ideas, but the people that are in action are a different breed. And I think that having a network between them is really fascinating. And I think for me, the several things that were mentioned have the seed of possibility. And as a spectator on Zoom, I don't know how to pursue that. So I'm curious about several things, but it's a fascinating. It's real interesting. It's piqued a lot of interest.
Okay, and I'll throw my email there, and like I said, this is all really about that relational side. So feel free to message. It sounds like you're doing some interesting stuff there, Derek. I love that you're making connections with folk working on that food waste side. And one of the things that always warms my heart is figuring out in different places who are working on the same parts of the puzzle. And it's extraordinary what just bringing those people together to talk sometimes manages to accomplish.
I'm building community within a specific niche, and within the last 3 days, I've met three other people that are doing it in other parts of the world, and it's like, okay, one of the first things people have to check when they have a good idea is who else is doing this idea? Can I contribute to it rather than doing it myself?
Yeah.
And I think that very rarely happens. And it's just sort of like, okay, things will accelerate so much faster. So, thank you. I'll reach out.
Wonderful. Love that.
Daniel, I will bring a question if no one has another one.
Go for it.
I love that you focus so much on building relationship and community, because I see this is really the basis for cooperation and for trust. I was wondering also, principles are something important that give people kind of the container, right? Okay, I feel I'm in my I feel I'm safe here to say and to share and to contribute. So I was just curious to know how you hold that part in
Yeah.
the project.
I love that question. Yeah, and it's funny because I think for me, sometimes it's a complex Venn diagram because working across areas of difference is also important. But definitely to me, I mean, one of the things that you said, Derek, which I know Jesse and I have talked lots about, is that difference between the people who are saying, if we can just get everything to do things my way, then the world will be an amazing place. Versus that attitude of, is someone else out there already doing the thing I'm thinking about better? And if so, can I help them do that? Or is it someone I can play with? Is there some way that our stuff can work well together? And those traits tend to come out pretty quickly in terms of where people are aligned and at. So for me, one of the hallmarks is, and it doesn't always have to be true, but I play really well with people in the open source world because there's already, so all of our, like when I showed our platform and things, all of that's open source. The card game that we're making, the framework is all open source, and that it just helps orient to folks who are in that, hey, do you want to play too mode? Being conscious of me being a middle-aged Western white cis hetero reasonable model, like medium affluence dude in a very safe country, for folks who fit that checklist. I'll also say that I think a piece of it is also how aware are people of that and how open to redirection are people around that. You know, my checklist that I just mentioned has come through a whole bunch of good bumps and polishings and challengings by people who I hold dear, and noticing where are the places where the skin is thin and defenses are high versus the places where people are like, your perspective, I don't get it, I don't understand it, tell me more. Like, it sounds like maybe I'm missing something, tell me more. And that's always a good sign as well. And I think that piece of how we hold our work as well is that it's less about here is the spotlight on me and the thing that I'm doing, and more about here is the thing I'm compelled to do because it's the best I can think of how I can help contribute to things getting more sane and better. Um, those are some of the ones that pop to mind for me in this moment. But it's a rich exploration, and I'd open that up and like anyone else, like be that voice or be that in the text there, like sharing those is so important because as you say, we tend to work often from the outside in. Here's the job description or the project description, and actually all of that is much less relevant than who are you and how are you coming to the table.
I wonder if I could then ask a question.
Please.
Okay, great. There's something that you were saying, and there are a couple of parts of it too, right? So first off, also with Derek, you were saying it's like there are those who are already active. And so being an activated person is already like a step up, right, from what our society encourages, and so on. But then also you're bringing up this other part about contributing to other people's ideas or finding the synergy in those ideas. And those are really important, I think, because, and I wonder if you can also speak to that, because otherwise we're in competition again. We're in a sort of survival of the fittest instead of a collection of the emergent. And I wonder, within the process you're outlining, like how have you seen that work out? How does it start or in certain examples?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a beautiful question because we are in this, like, life is an intertangle of cooperation and competition and irrelevance in different areas. I think while my strong hunch is that there's some very strong places to go to in academia of like, here's why the non-zero sum approach works better, and game theoretic reasons to look at like, here's why this actually allows us to optimize and to find better solutions. For me, there's a piece that's just around art and faith of I notice that. I notice that the people who tend to be doing that tend to get to do really cool work, and that the people who grok why that's important tend to connect to those people who are doing things in that mode. And that doesn't mean that you can't have, the ability to be, I don't know, say the son of an emerald mine owner, and to then be able to, pull and extract and find the ways to use the current systems to gain capacity and ability to do things. But I think that, yeah, I'm trying to think how to put that quite right. But I think that my experience has been that I get to be surrounded by people like y'all on this call, and like the people at DSS or at Thamazo or at R4, which is Jesse's organization, because of the fact that each of us have bumped up against all of those different approaches, from predatory to transactional to community building. Yeah, and that having a community of community builders tends to work well, and tends to be the place where I find the most joy and support.
Thank you for that answer. It's really perfect. And I just wanted to say that also, Jesse, I am really thrilled that you've entered into this room with us today. And thank you, Daniel, so much for bringing Jesse here, because you're one of the active ones. You're one of the ones making these changes, right? So you're one of us, and it's just so good to have you here.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for having me, and I want to thank Daniel for his tactful answers to these questions.
And Jesse, I know you often use your humility also as a shield in certain environments, and I'll simply say, if you'll allow it, that like the level of fierce brilliance that you bring to the work that you're doing as well, the more we can get you into these kinds of spaces, I think that that's really going to help that kind of thrive as well. Anyways, I just want to say thank y'all for being here, for getting a taste of what it is that we do as far as this Metacrystallis thing goes, and would invite further conversation and collaboration and play together. And especially Roxy, again, just thank you and the team for putting together events like this that allow us to collide with one another in such interesting ways.
Yeah, can I just share one thing before we wrap up? I feel back to your question, Mariette, and to what you were doing, Daniel. I do see there are people, yes, who, when they are in the same field, they tend to compete. But that's when we are in environments where they don't feel safe, right? And from what I feel and have experienced a little bit, but from what I can sense from you, Daniel, it's like you provide that environment of safety, and that everyone there will be taken care of. So I don't need to compete with the other, because I have my basic needs kind of solved. So I feel this is so important, what you are bringing, and this level of appreciation I see you doing, not just in your community, but throughout our DSS as well. Like, so I wanted to thank you for holding this, for holding your work, and for being who you are. Thank you.
Right back at you. Thank you.
It's been absolutely wonderful. Daniel, thank you so much for all this. I feel like I can smell the bioregional bread rising. And before long, we'll have a bakery on every corner. So thank you for this work, and thank you for holding space for discussion about the future and what holds.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you both. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, George. And I think right now we're going to bring up Roxy. Is that who we're bringing in? Hi.
Hi.
Back.
Oh, that was epic. I just hold on. My cat just escaped. Hold the phone. We're good.
We hold.
Okay, well, this is good timing for me to locate my cat. And we have a small break right now, so this is perfect. So I'm gonna put up the break slide and invite everybody to take a breath, take a beat, take care of yourself, maybe find your cat that escaped. Humans with babies. Here we are, well timed. So yeah, be kind to your body. There's also the really beautiful session that Jelvanaya is hosting, that you can join, which is all about holding space for all of it. Beauty, pain, grief. It's really special. And I think I just put it in the chat, but I can put it back in the chat again. And we'll have about 5 minutes and then we'll continue forward. So hope to find you more refreshed on the other side and me with my cat. I'll be right back. I'll also put some more of this beautiful poetry on.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
How long is the break?
It says it on the slide. It's 5 minutes. All right. I hope everyone had a nice, nourishing break. Our cat has been located. Thank you for your psychic energies.
Which one got out?
Tato got out somehow. She's fine. They never go far. They're very smart. Cats want to just prowl around your house. My husband's a helicopter parent. Anyways, here we are on the live stream. Okay, so we are actually going to skip the next session, and we are going to go straight into Eva Fry. And Eva has sent a recording because she is at a dance retreat. So I am going to welcome George to come up if he is near, or if he's not, maybe someone else can do her intro while I grab her video. Because I just learned that we are doing a little forward motion. So maybe, Mariette, could you do the intro while I grab the video? Thank you.
Absolutely. So Eva is a strategist, storyteller, diver, and ocean activist. She's the host of award-nominated podcast Climate Shifted, about the art and psychology of climate movement making. The magic of life on this earth, specifically biodiversity, is her why. And Luna Cat is her favorite person. We're going to have a presentation called Bioacoustic Fauna Experience. And this was originally created for San Francisco Climate Week. And I can't wait because I've seen Ava in action with you as well. And during New York City Climate Week, and I believe it was, and it was amazing.
Oh, that's right. She had me help be, or she invited me to be a part of her experience for a climate shifted event. Yeah. Eva's wonderful. We met because of one of our partners, climate designers. Last cohort, we did a hackathon with the Campaign for Nature, which was incredible. That produced a few teams that came up with really, really interesting ideas around how we reached some of the goals of the 30 by 30 initiative, protecting 30% of the earth by 2030, restoring land and moving resources back to Indigenous land stewardship, a lot of conservation, a lot of support of the more than human world flourishing and not disappearing. So many important things that entire initiative supports. And Eva came through to collaborate with us on that, and then joined our Burning Man project, and then now is in the Design Science Studio. So I am going to share this wonderful video that gives you a little bit of a recap on where things are at with the facet of her project that she's bringing to life in the Design Science Studio, coming up for New York Climate Week, building towards more work in kind of bioacoustic, immersive environments to build empathy and support for our animal friends out in the world that are under threat because of our human activity. All right, so here we go. Without further ado, Eva Fry.
To give you an update while I'm gone traveling, otherwise I would be there with you in person. Here's where I'm at with my podcast Climate Shifted, about what works to shift people on climate. We were nominated for an Ambies Award. I got to walk a red carpet. It was cute. We were featured on local NPR and Sierra Club, so we're getting some good nods. Here's a little excerpt from a teaser video we made. We asked the world's best climate communicators one question: what works to shift hearts?
In this moment when policy and democracy are so deeply broken, culture is the one lever that we as storytellers still really have.
Climate Shifted brings you conversations with psychologists, behavior designers, and creative movement builders called artivists, uncovering what actually works to shift people on climate. Moving on due to time, the thing that we're doing that's really cool is we're taking the lessons learned from the podcast and applying them to live events. So it's really become like a living laboratory of artivism in action. Here's a case study where we did, I found this amazing piece of media. It's a bioacoustic listening journey called How to Be a Whale by Tom Mustill. We played it for people, and then we had a panel discussion with experts about why whales are awesome, what's happening with our whales right here in the bay, and how anybody can help. So we know facts and figures don't move people, doom and gloom doesn't move people, but experiences do. And so I like finding ways of weaving an experience design with education plus local action so that we can sort of harness people's openness and desire to act. They're super effective. Like, it was so packed, we had to do a double seating on a Monday after Thanksgiving. Here's a quick excerpt of what it sounds like.
You were standing on the shore, gazing out to sea. The water is lapping at your ankles. You look down your long snout and see that you have 4 paw-like feet.
I can't play the whole thing due to time, but you become a whale, you get in the water. It's a really beautiful experience, and because we had to do a double seating, it just shows how hungry people are for these kinds of experiences. So what I need help with, we are going all out for SF Climate Week, and I need help finding a venue and potentially sponsors. So ideally a venue would be free, and then maybe we don't need sponsors, but still would like sponsors anyways. But anyways, a free venue would be amazing. We're all nonprofits or completely volunteer pro bono teams. Event space would ideally hold 100 people, or at least 70. And then the second criteria of what we need is that it would be great if we can host a 9x9 cage of speakers for 3 to 5 days. So the event itself will only be like 3 hours, but it would be great if people can cycle in and out to just continue to experience the audio bioacoustic experiences that we'll be having. It's going to be an amazing event in partnership with Climate California, Project SETI, Center for Biological Diversity, Marine Mammal Center, potentially Good Energy and GRIST. We're going to have some panels, plus these amazing bioacoustic experiences. The panels, we have a big name involved, Bernie Krause. He started the field of bioacoustics, and he's called a bioacoustic ecologist, studying the sounds of nature, the sounds of ecology, the sounds of biodiversity. And sadly, the sounds of nature are all going quiet. But when we do conservation efforts, the sounds come back. And so it's a beautiful story. We're drawing attention. Center for Biological Diversity wants to draw attention to mountain lions. There's some really important work happening with them, and wildlife corridors that they're building that's really helping. And so anyways, we're having these amazing, like, heart-opening experiences through sound, plus these cool panels, plus we share with people exactly how they can act. Biomimicry for Social Innovation is going to help bring them to life with, like, hey, here's how, what we can learn from mountain lions. But this cage of speakers is going to be amazing. It's going to host an experience of, like, you get in the center of it and you get to experience what it's like to get eaten by a humpback whale bubble net style. It's going to be wild. Anyways, but also, if you are curious to help me with this, I'm going to need help. Like, if you want to do any sort of creative activation around, like, arts, or if you want to help me out with logistics, like, I'm biting off a lot here. So anyways, yeah, those are my asks. If you want to get involved, it's going to be a super cool event. I'm happy to share more information after the fact. Venue.
Okay, so that one finished kind of quickly, but if you want to follow Eva's work, view their website. And we've got that in there, and please do find her because she's a powerhouse of energy. And I sure would like to know what it's like to be a whale. How about you, George? That would be fun to be in a bubble.
Absolutely. That sounds absolutely magnificent. I just wish we could plug in for the long run. It just sounds fascinating.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, and Mariana's saying that it sounds like a project for the San Francisco Exploratorium. It does. It really does. So we can connect and connect Ava to that idea as well. That's a great suggestion, Mariana. Thank you.
We see it right in front of the Exploratorium, right there by the water. What a beautiful venue to connect with the whales like that.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
And up next, we have Patricia Parkinson. Patricia is a polymath, transdisciplinary artist, and creative director focused on the intersection of collaborative technology and living systems. So welcome up to the stage, Patricia.
I'm going to be Patricia's stand-in.
Okay,
Just
beautiful.
pretend my hair's straight and I look slightly different. You got it? You feel like
It
no,
works.
Patricia held a lot of space yesterday for a big in-person event, and she was in the room earlier, and she was also telling me she was feeling a little tired. So I was the one who really encouraged them to bring this piece, and so I'm happy to share it because I think it's super important. And on the heels of hearing about this experience that Eva is creating, that is also a way to bring some of the work from Climate Shifted's podcast, which is her Design Science Studio project and project that she's been working on for the last few cycles, which is just a really incredible podcast. She's bringing that work to people, right, through these bioacoustic listening experiences. And it's nice to be up here with you for a minute, George, as we're framing up things for Patricia, because Patricia was going to be just queuing things up to share about Open Civics. And there's a really sweet kind of origin story of Open Civics as related to the Design Science Studio, because Patricia and Benjamin Life actually met in the Design Science Studio. And now they have been co-stewarding with originally another co-founder, Timothy Archer, who was also in Design Science Studio. And now it's mostly just Patricia and Benjamin and a host of other amazing humans who are tending to Open Civics. And Open Civics is really about kind of reimagining our civic life and what civic life really means. And that is connected to, our ability to not only imagine, but participate in civic life in new ways. And so this civic imagination that we are participating in and cultivating, that is really at the heart of Open Civics. And so when they created it, and they actually asked me to be one of their advisors and not one of their delegates, I was like, absolutely. I mean, we're in one of the most critical moments we both live in the United States, George, and civic life is very much in an upheaval. It's hard to really touch something that truly feels like democracy, that represents the people. And because of that, people are becoming quite disillusioned about what's really possible in terms of civic life. And so while I get this really beautiful narrative video queued up, I'd love to just invite you to share a little bit more about what that brings up for you, George.
I really feel it. Not only have we had close exchanges in our DSS cohort, but on the larger scale, it really does feel like there is a call for new platforms to emerge for democratization of what comes next. And I think another common thread throughout that narrative is that it's not one solution, but it's place dependent. It's legible across cultures, and I think it's such a great opportunity to come here today to be able to explore a few of these different threads, because it really does seem like we are each weaving a component in one way or another, and we're very blessed to be in such a rich community, and to have the opportunity to see some of these portals opening for the first time, and welcoming others into them.
Beautifully said, George. And felt today we've really gone on an adventure across the world, across mediums, approaches, scales, and this is all within this nested community of practice. I also love that part of what their kind of public philosophy and Open Civics says is it's the worldview of a participatory civilization, right? And like regenerative design, being of place, it's really about participating in creating the world that we want to see, which is very much at the heart of the inquiry of the work that we're doing here. How do we co-create a world that works for all of life? And that inquiry drives us. And so Open Civics is based on that shared worldview that the well-being of people, place, and planet depends on taking care of commons resources, systems, and communities together. The core idea is simple: creating and building civilization together to highlight our responsibility to support each other. And that is behind the practice of open civic innovation. So without further ado, I'm going to bring the video up, and thank you, George, for holding this container with me to kind of frame the importance of this work and all of us participating in the places we call home. One other thing I'll say about this video is that Patricia and Benjamin made the script. I had the opportunity to contribute to it a little bit and provide some feedback, but they really sculpted it to be both a provocation, an invitation, and an example of why they're doing what they're doing. And more generally, it really feels like an offering to all of us to participate in creating and actively shaping the future of our civic responsibility. And it also feels like a good opportunity to share that this year, and a few people have actually been alluding to it during the session, this year's physical version of Regenera Rising is actually going to be held over the 4th of July weekend in the United States. This year, the timing just ended up as such, and it's though we are a very international community, and there's likely going to be another auxiliary summit happening in British Columbia. There are a large group of folks who are convening on this land that used to be the former Solar Living Center. And in this particular part of the world, it is also the 250th anniversary of the Constitution of the United States, at a time when people are very disillusioned about this, what so-called democracy. And so we are going to take the opportunity and have an Interdependence Day edition of the summit. And it's going to be an incredible moment when the projects of the Design Science Studio are launched, and we're going to get to participate in the Regenera world that Scott did such a beautiful job of articulating earlier, of seeing how do we not just talk about this potential, but really do a radical experiment together for a few days and live it. So may this video also be part of that invitation to come and play with us this summer, because we really are responsible for tending the places we call home and reimagining our civic infrastructure and our commons and how we tend to our commons together. And this video, I think, does a really beautiful job of inviting us all into that process. So here it goes.
If you're feeling like your world is no longer making sense, you're right. If you've been dreaming of something else, you're not alone. Collapse isn't coming. It's here. The systems we've relied on are revealing their fragility, eroding slowly, then surprisingly suddenly before our eyes. Rising authoritarianism, climate instability and ecosystems under threat, declining institutional legitimacy. People are burdened with debt and work that drains their spirit. Online echo chambers, deep divisions and culture wars, senseless violence, and a numbing sense of disconnection. A growing sense that our economy, society, and technology are becoming more unstable and uncertain. And a quiet, aching question in the background. Is this really the best we can do? We feel it everywhere, in our bodies, our homes, our neighborhoods, a yearning to do something meaningful, even if we don't know where to begin. Yet, in this unraveling, something else is emerging. At the wild edges, where people are already building the alternatives that we need, not asking for permission or expecting someone to fix things. Quietly, humbly, we are creating a world that truly works for all. Because even as our systems fail us, we are still here, still holding each other up, still caring for our places and our communities, still asking the question, what comes next? The truth is, we are all responsible for the places we call home. Our collective futures are inescapably bound together. In realizing our mutual responsibility and inherent belonging, we return to the origin of the word civics, an act of care and solidarity. If we accept that our current crises are the result of our systems themselves, it becomes our civic responsibility to create new ones. As our current system's capacity for existential self-destruction accelerates exponentially, systems of distributed coordination and non-rivalry no longer are fantastical ideals or science fiction. They are evolutionary necessities. This shift from closed civic systems to open ones becomes possible through new forms of civic infrastructure. The invisible systems that empower us to care deeply, decide transparently, and sustain life where we live. Civics isn't just about roads and governments. It's about the tools we use to meet our shared needs. Community-built tools, simple, practical systems that make it easier to act together, even when institutions fall short. Together, people are already creating local models of democracy and participatory budgeting, peer-to-peer disaster response systems, community currencies that reward real value, practices for regenerating land and our relationships, networks that channel resources to support life, not extract from it. Everything modular, everything remixable, everything designed to be stewarded and governed by the people who use it. These aren't just stopgap measures or reforms. They are lifeboats for navigating collapse, seeding what comes next. Not built by corporations, not controlled by the state. They grow from where people live, love, and take care of each other. In bioregions and neighborhoods, in rural towns and urban centers, people are refusing to accept an imposed choice between crumbling status quo and dystopian technocracy. This is about remembering our agency, rediscovering our courage, reclaiming our power to shape the world we live in. We are remembering something deeply human, that the power to create, to heal, and to care for one another has always belonged to us. And we are evolving from isolated individuals to interconnected citizens, opting out of structures of control and opting in to networks of trust. They are inclusive and pluralistic. They welcome many voices and viewpoints. They are decentralized and polycentric. Power is shared across many places and many people. They are hands-on and participatory. They're shaped by the people who show up and take part. This is how living systems organize, how forests regenerate, how mycelial networks spread underground, how communities rise after a crisis, how we scale coordination without domination. This isn't abstract theory or techno-optimism. It's a profound shift in what we believe is possible. A participatory, resilient, and vital civilization emerging from the grassroots, deeply aligned with life itself. This is our historic moment, not to watch history unfold, but to actively shape it. Whether you're a community organizer, a parent barely making ends meet, or a technologist searching for greater purpose, there's a place in this story for your voice, your gifts, your hands. The world isn't asking you to save it. It's inviting you to tend to what's in front of you, to join with others, to start small in your own backyard, to learn together how to sustain this work, not just for a weekend, but for the long journey of societal transformation ahead. We don't need to wait. We don't need to ask permission. We aren't fixing the old system. We are creating something new. Because the world isn't ending. It's radically reconfiguring, and we get to choose what emerges through our hands. Start where you are. Build what you need. Share what you learn.
Is it wrong to give it a hell yeah?
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
You know, it's the other end of the pendulum for me where I'm like over here just like crying. Like, yes, this is what it's supposed to be like. We've got this, y'all.
I mean, the crying and the hell yes, they all come in one flow. Because it's right, it's dissolve and bloom.
Yeah.
Right in there. I've placed Patricia's website and link in the chat. So if you want to follow Patricia's work or know more about her personally, as well as Open Civics, we've got your links, and we do encourage you. I remember being in cohort with Patricia and Benjamin Life. Always inspiring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This community magnetizes the most magnificent people. I feel so lucky to be a part of it.
So lucky.
Yeah. Makes you feel like your part is easier to focus on. You know, they're all connected, and yet like we could see that so many amazing people so close to us are working on all of the different pieces, and we can collaborate, contribute, and also be like, good, that's not my zone of genius, but you've got that piece, and we over here. We can weave together.
Together we have a reason that we could actually sleep. We can sleep at night, and other people are doing what they love to do, and it works. Yeah.
Gigi in Design Science Studio, who's been here emceeing throughout the day, sent me the most beautiful message the other day, just kind of acknowledging where my dad is in Iran. Some of you don't know that. And I'm half Iranian, and it's been very hard. One of the very difficult pieces of the puzzle for me. And I can sleep and I can wake up every day because we're gathering and holding hands and doing this work together. So just so grateful. So grateful to be woven in this very tender moment in time, knowing that we're all doing our best and how that it changes, and that we're being extremely courageous, and that like encouragement, the courage part of encouragement that we feel, it's something you can't fabricate, and it's something that I want for everyone in this world.
Yeah. This is our birthright. This is our birthright. It's our chance to actually keep moving forward. And I think the person we're going to call up right now is Spencer, because you're going to move us forward to our next amazing person. Thanks for coming up, Spencer.
I am. Thank you so much for passing it off. So, next up, we have Harlan, who I'm told, as someone who's new to DSS, is definitely a legend of DSS. And the description I've been given is Galactic Transformation Agent. So I'm going to go ahead and say that Harlan probably could do a better job introducing himself than I could. And let's hear what he has to say about this project, this virtual reality project that he's going to share with us.
There we are. Now I'm on. Okay. So just as far as introduction goes, I'm throwing in the chat, and you can also look at a Portal to the New Earth is the project that I launched for the very first cohort,
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Frozen, no?
Yeah.
He went into the portal for the new Earth.
And what I'm now developing is a virtual reality version of the portals. So, it really isn't directly about what the whole design science studio and regeneration and designing future environments is, but it is, in a way, indirectly related to that. So, what we're going to do is, I guess I'm just going to dive in and I'll just keep talking, as I share what I'm going to show you. So let's see. Can everyone hear me and can everyone see the screen okay?
Yes and yes.
Okay, so this is a sneak peek. I'm just going to run us around. This is not the final form, but it's about 90% there, but the 10% that we're going to be evolving this, it's going to be way better. Oh, actually, let me see if I can, I don't know. Oh, first of all, I didn't do the share for sound. That's okay. This is a sneak peek. There's going to be sound in it. We're not going to get the sound. I got the sound turned off. So what we're looking at here is my transportals world that's part of the Burner Sphere. Burner Sphere is a virtual reality Burning Man that has about 20 different parts of Burning Man. Center Camp, Deep Playa, different parts have been modeled and you can go around and see it. And I've worked with them to model all of the portals I've both built and haven't even yet built. So they're going to conceived, and I'm just going to give us a quick run through, super quick. But let me just preface by saying that I've been building these portals for people to come and have an experience using the geometry, the color, and the sound to help facilitate an evolution of consciousness so that we will all choose to build the most sacred, beautiful, harmonious, regenerative world possible. So that's the kind of the indirect connection to it. People might be looking like, what does a geometric sculpture have anything to do with creating the new earth and a regenerative world? Well, in my case, it has everything to do with it. That's why I've been building it. But yes, it is true. These are just kind of like pretty little unusual sculptures that you could go and interact with. Okay, let's start running around. What I'm going to do is jump up inside. Isn't that pretty cool? You can jump up inside of the portals, look around. There we're looking back at Burning Man. And now we're going to look back. You'll see we'll be ending up over at some of these other newer portals. But right now we're going to jump. So this diamond portal was built for Burning Man in 2004. And now we're going to run over, and it came back in 2005. I'm going to kind of do a chronological run through super quick. This is both versions of the Emerald portal that were built in 2006. Again, we could jump up inside of them, but in the interest of time, and like I say, these are going to be developed better. What's interesting about this is I'm in this world right now by myself. There's no one else here, but you can invite people from anywhere in the world and they will show up in their avatar and you can actually talk to them and interact. You can be like, hey, let's go over to this one. They'll be like, no, let's go to this one. And then you can go over together in groups of people, as many people as that come in to interact in this space here. Now let's see if we can run. So now we're up to 2007 and 8 at the Sapphire portal. And now, mind you, I'm doing this on my laptop, but it's possible to get the headset and be able to navigate. Oh, look, it's really hard to line up just right. Here we are inside. Wow, how cool. This really looks like what it was like to be in this space, except for there's no one in here. And the sound isn't on. Okay, let's go real quick. Just like I say, it's so much fun. And like, I'm really new to this too. So here is the Amethyst portal from 2009. It went back in 2011. This one was at Burning Man in 2011, the little Octa portal. And then right over here, this one has not been built yet. It's like a 5-sided version of the Diamond portal. And let's see, oh, I didn't get close enough to jump up in it. So if it's really steep, you can't just climb up, you have to jump up. And here we are inside. Oh, sorry, let's see. I love how this interior is just such an unusual space. Okay, here we go. Jump back out and run over to the next one. Oh, look, there's my feet dangling in space. Okay. I hope this is going okay. And if anyone wants to chime in with like a question or anything while I'm running around, that's okay, I suppose.
What's that
Like I say,
colorful thing?
here we are, 2012 and 13. We had this turquoise portal, this geometry. And like I say, I put my,
Marlon,
yes.
maybe you could talk about why you make these portals.
Well, I mentioned that right up front that
I know,
I
but
build
say
these.
it again. You talked so fast.
I know. Well, I'm building these. Like this particular one relates to the evolution of the Earth's vibrational energy body. And the turquoise color has to do with the higher heart chakra between the heart and the throat. So and then the floor is indigo, which is third eye color. So it's to relate to the chakras, and the shape relates to this evolution of the Earth's vibrational energy body. So once you go inside of it, let's see if we went inside. No, we hit the wall. Anyway, and like I say, for right now, today, I'm just giving a sneak peek in the 5 or 10 minutes that I have to run around. I will definitely be diving in much deeper into the reasons why I build them and the effects that could be gotten from them when I do a more, formal presentation. So thanks for asking that. And yes, these ideas is that you go in these spaces and it can help facilitate a shift of consciousness just through interacting. So I built this wall, but this whole interior space was a collaboration with a group from Texas called the Pachamama Portal. They were going to bring these lotus flower hammocks and this earth sphere and this dodecahedron that had musical instruments just by itself. And then we were introduced. I said, let's work together. And I built this wall that was going to be the portal oasis, but became the Pachamama portal. Okay, now we're going to run over to another unbuilt one over here. We called the portal of the five elements. We're just going to run right past it. I don't have it finished to go inside, but the idea is it has 5 platonic solids that each relate as skylights to the 5 elements. And like you can, earth, air, fire, water, and ether. And each room would then be like a room for earth, air, water, fire, ether as you would enter into these spaces. And the light would be coming through these 5 different skylights. Okay. Now, this was another version of that turquoise portal that we just saw that is a stellated compound 5 octahedron, but also a stellation of that rhombic triacontahedron, another concept that I haven't built yet, but I just thought it's cool that we can now experience it virtually. Okay, and now we're going to run over to that Pachamama portal wall, return twice, actually. I don't have the Reformation portal model, but I do have this, what I call the Alcyon portal in 2016. So we're up to 2016. This is not the right scale, but there's that diamond portal outline, and then inside of this space, much more serene. It has this wind and solar generation. That's what did I just do? I definitely just lost my navigation, but I'll get right back to it. You can still see it. Now I'm good. Okay, I was going to jump and show you. Well, anyway, I know I'm running around. I know I'm talking really fast. I apologize. There's a wind generator up there, and they really modeled this perfectly. This was all done in collaboration with people that know how to do 3D modeling, and this is really what it looked like. So I'm really impressed. And even the wood, like if you go right up to the wood, you could see that it's got plywood grain. It's beautifully done. Okay, let's back out of here. We're almost done with the tour. So, and then we'll have like a minute or two just to recap what we're looking at. So that was 2016. Then we're going to jump all the way to now. This is going to be outside of my world, but right now they put it inside. This is like the teleport station where you could go to other places in Burning Man. So I'll just show it to you really quick. Oh, it's on the other side. So if we wanted to leave here and go to some other part of Burning Man, we could jump to Center Camp, or we could jump to the Jazz Cafe or 6 o'clock, and this is going to not be in the middle of my space, but it'll be outside at the edge. And so in other words, we can't just run over to Burning Man. Like for instance, we're going over here to this is 2022, the interdimensional space-time portal. And what's interesting about this is right now we can't go inside. Eventually we'll be able to. But if you notice, that's the temple over there, but you can't run to it. You would need that teleport station to go there. You would hit a wall and just stop moving. This one, because of its angle, we can actually run up to the top of it. So now we're standing up on top. And that's what it would look like to be standing on top of this piece at Burning Man. We could kind of peek in through the door, but unfortunately we can't go inside to see the inside out pyramid. We can just see the cushions and the galaxies. Okay, 2022, which brings us to 2024 is the next year. I skipped 2023. I had this little miniature version of that big sky portal that's over there. That's the Sapphire portal from 2007. 2024, I made a nice little sky portal. It also went to Texas Eclipse. And of course, let's see, we should be able to run inside. Oh, I missed it. How about now? No. How about now? Nope. Oh, well, it's tricky, but normally you can just run inside. There we are. Okay. How about that? We're inside the sky portal. It's going to be changed to more of a light blue also. Okay, we're almost done. Let's see if we can get out of here. Doesn't want to let us out. I hope you guys are having fun. And I hope I'm not like, my frantic craziness driving you crazy with me just running around talking like a madman.
It's great. And feel free to slow down a little. We actually started yours a little early, so don't
Oh,
feel.
you did? All right. Well, sorry. I totally recognize. I would like to. So here we are, 2025. This is the Lotus Flower portal. And what was really interesting with this is that they actually used a photograph of the petals. So look at how real it looks because they were able to model it. So this is pretty much, you can see the center is not a photo, that's just computer generated, but we're inside of the Lotus Flower that was at Burning Man 2025. And like I said, this is the type of thing that once this is live and is all worked out, you could meet other people here. You could tell people anywhere in the world and say, let's go to the train. And if you had a headset, it's quite immersive to be in this, to have a virtual experience. So basically, what we're wrapping it up. This is what I proposed for this year. And it's a combination of like the Pachamama, Alcyon, Sky portals. It's called the Earth Star portal, and it angles the bottom golden ratio part is earth colored, and then the top part's going to be sky blue. See if we can go inside. There we are. And it's going to have sound inside. And also what I'm working on for this one is to have sound canceling. So the booming background noise of Burning Man, once you're in here, I'm going to do like sound canceling headphones. I'm going to try to feed in canceled out sound. So it'll become eerily quiet inside of here. And when you step outside, you'll hear all the noise of Burning Man. We'll see if that'll work. So that's my project for this year. All right. So that's what I wanted to do today. Like I said, this is still a work in progress. And let's see, it's hard to even jump out of here. It doesn't want me to jump or go out. We'll have to work these bugs out. We're stuck in there. So that's it. I'm going to stop the share. Thank you so much for your time today. I hope that was exciting and fun teaser of what I'm going to be working and fine tuning to even a better experience. And I'll be able to also, mind you, I haven't added it, but there will be little placards with like a 1 or 2 sentence or a paragraph that will explain it. So for people that won't have me to guide them, if they go up to it, they'll be able to read. And I'm even thinking of some kind of navigation when you enter, instead of having all the portals all at once scattered like that, that another navigation may be just one portal out in the middle of the playa, no other portals around, and then you can go successfully from that to the other ones. Things like that. I'm just working it out. So thank you. Any questions, thoughts, feedback, or that's what I'm just excited that this is kind of like I was working on this anyway. So I'm introducing it as my project during this cohort to refine it and make it into a really nice immersive virtual reality experience. And I just want to finish off by saying, ultimately, what I want to do is to be able to start to model things like what you see behind me in virtual reality. Or for instance, this 12 spiral city that's not very organic looking, but to be able to go into these future environments virtually and be able to work and develop them. So that's my ultimate goal with learning to work with virtual reality, is to be working on regenerative, beautiful environments that are immersive, that we can experiment how we want to build our future eco villages and eco cities virtually before we actually go and start to build them, to get the feel of it. So thank you so much for your time today, and thanks. Glad to be part of today's salon.
Thank you so much, Harlan. We really appreciate your contribution. And I just want to say, I had the pleasure of getting to have a teaser before the teaser, and some information that I found really interesting was kind of the vision that you have for how this is going to live in the world in future iterations as like a marketplace where people could purchase your plans, your sculptures, as a community space for people to gather, which also dovetails with another project that I got to introduce, Sarah and her geodesic dome. So she's has also a virtual component that maybe you guys could partner on. I'm just seeing so much synergy there. And, you know, one of the beautiful things about this group is just the multidisciplinary nature of the projects, of like how the multifunctional aspect of what you're creating. And so I just wanted to speak to that because I know that like this teaser is a little bit purposefully mysterious, but that just really got my brain going. So I hope other people are kind of biting at the champ there, thinking about the possibilities of this world that you're building. I think it's amazing.
Just finish up real quick then. First of all, thank you. The idea is that yes, if someone wanted to buy one of these, they could kind of first see it like that and pick which they like. But more than that is the way virtual reality is mostly used now. It's mostly, I think it's a lot of kids that are playing games in it. And there's all these different games in there. And so maybe, for the young audience to then experience this, because it's kind of an interesting use of virtual reality that's not exactly a game, but an immersive environment with these geometries, colors, and there will be the sounds that I do have inside the portal. So once you go in there, you'll be immersed in these low frequency humming sounds or Tibetan bowls or different type of meditative environmental sounds and imagery. So yeah, I'm kind of excited to maybe be able to introduce it to people that would never have thought to go to Burning Man or to see the portals and have it as this, immersive experience virtually and take it from there. So yes, thank you for those points, Spencer. Really appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you, Harlan, once again. And I'm just going to pass it now to George, who's going to intro our next speaker.
Thank you so much, Spencer, for that. And next up, she won't be up on stage today, but she's prepared a little video for us of her work. Stephanie Schwartz is a multidisciplinary artist and photographer, exploring how attention shapes how we relate to ourselves, each other, and nature. Through immersive experiences, she invites wider perception, deeper presence, and renewed wonder.
Hi, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here, to be part of Design Science Studio. I've been here from the beginning. I'm so grateful. And it's so incredible to see how much blossom and emergence is here. I want to talk about currency. We are the currency. We're the currency. We're made of energy. We're made of light. Light knows all the colors, every single color, more than we can even imagine. We're all part of that light. We're all in the field, on the spectrum, all in the cosmos, in the universe, and the only model we can really use now is a cosmic model, because every other model other than that is too small and it creates suffering. So we've got to use the models that create our potential, that show our potentiality. Remind us of our potentiality because it's epic. And our human technology is a sensory system and it has telepathy within it. Our ancestors, they live in indigenous groups, know how to tune to the land, to each other, to ourselves, to everything around us. We're unbelievably incredible, which is why our attention has been the currency. Our attention has been the currency. This is what's been. And we can take that back because it's our presence. It's our value. It's the current. It's incredibly valuable. And there have been so many ways to fragment it, and fragment is in essence a dissolve. And when we bring that back together, we're in presence. So the next piece will really pull you into attention. It's a reminder also that the only thing we know for sure is we all die. And we don't know when. And those who understood this deeply and from life experience have been the powerhouses of my life and others. And we've all so much to learn about living from them. And this is one of those stories. And just to say that too, maybe what is a dissolve? It's going from one thing to another, like a new place. And then these stories have the potentiality to seed people. So I just wanted to introduce my friend Carrie Boyett. This is her story that I produced with her. My first project in the cohort was a collaboration with Carrie. And we spent a lot of time in rural Tennessee with the girls and gay kids in rural Tennessee, doing a lot in Appalachia, doing a lot of work. And we have a lot of documentation of that. There's so much to be said about it. I can go on and on and on. I'm going to share this story, though. Understand also, she has taken off her Earth suit in January 2024. Her message is really powerful, but I feel her with me all the time. I want this to be shared, as does she. I want you to understand now that we need to understand how to make distribution systems for really blossoming. Let's really spread these seeds as far as we can, because when we have the full feedback systems, they create generators. And that's where we are now, the generators. We are regenerative and generators. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And sit back, thanks.
All right.
I showered, so. The purpose of sharing my story is to offer hope,
What are you doing?
peace, and love to those who have suffered for being different. My hope is that this message reaches the hearts and minds of today's youth that have felt despair and hopelessness. You are loved. On September 2nd, 2015, I died and crossed over. My name is Carrie Boyett. I'm from the Bible Belt of the South, and I'm gay. As I took my last breath, my eyes closed in death, and they opened in a beautiful, radiant, white, limitless light. It was crystal clear. My physical form was no longer a human form. I was a light body. I could tell because I could see my reflection. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I found myself pulled up through the light at an accelerated rate of speed. It was like I was being sucked through the air by a powerful, yet gentle, loving force. I wasn't afraid, though. All I could feel was love. Love so powerful that I knew I was going home. While continuing, I was stopped by my grandparents, who came out of the void. They were luminous light bodies that I could recognize by their energy. I could feel them. They were apologetic. They were sorry. Through telepathy, they said that now that they are on the other side, they understand. They understand that by being gay, I had to live in terrified silence during my childhood. That by being gay, I lived in fear in my own home. That by being gay, it meant that my sin was unique. I was an abomination, destined to the lake of fire. That by being gay, I was also targeted, attacked, and left for dead on the street. I understood what they were telling me. They said it wasn't my time, and that I needed to go back. They radiated love through their energy. I accepted their apology. I said, I love you too, but I have somewhere else to go, as I affectionately shooed them away. They honored my wish and moved back into the void. At that moment, I looked up and saw my destination. I was looking in awe at God. It was like everything was happening at once. As I was staring up at God in amazement, every gay slur or violent act ever impressed upon me ran through me with such a flow. Everything played back in my mind like a movie. I felt a heaviness as I stared directly at an almighty, genderless God and said 7 words. I'm gay. Will you still love me? At God's speed, he whisked me into his vast spiritual arms, huddling up the universe. I saw planets, stars, and clusters all being brought in to a cosmic God hug. On a human, the place where I was taken would be the heart. God brought me in for a cosmic hug. He said, "You are my child. I love you. I love you. I love you. Go tell him." At that moment, my grandparents ran into the light, and I was dropped back into my body. That's why I am here today. To go tell him. To go tell anyone who is different that you are loved. You have, and you always will be. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise.
I think we can all appreciate those words in the video that Stephanie shared. And I think we're all very, very lucky to have such an open and welcoming space here. And yeah, I know Stephanie's busy setting up a gathering in person right now, but I hope that she can hear that we all felt immense gratitude for that space of welcoming she presented. And next up, here's Mariette. Hello.
Hello.
And we'll be moving right along here.
We are, and thank you for that, George. That really, I put the link in the chat to Stephanie's groundbreaking work here. I think that, you know, the afterlife exploration, the crossing over, is a new part of her work. And we've been friends. We've been part of this cohort for a few years now, and just, you know, the embodiment, like George was saying, that we all have, and the safe space that this space is just so crucial to all of us, because whatever we want to express, whatever part of us we have that we don't feel is accepted, or we know is not largely accepted, that's some of what we're working to dissolve, so that we do have the safe space here, and that we can create more blossoming and safe spaces for others. And just want to, yeah, we are loved by the infinite light, as Mariana said. We are made of light, and we are light. So now I'd like to bring up Roxy, because we have a very special introduction, and that's for Moni, your mama.
Do you wanna start it?
I am so happy to start it because I am Moni's fan. Poet, educator, mother to powerful women who change the world as well. Moni is a force of nature, and as she says in her own words, you know, she is a passenger of time, a learner, born and raised in continental areas, and you can tell us more about that in Colombia. She's a bilingual mom, friend, supporter of science and fine arts. And again, if you've been in the room with Moni, you just can't help but feel alive. It's really how I feel. I always, and she makes amazing arepas. Um,
Were you one of the ones that helped her with the arepa making party?
I did. I helped her with the arepa making party and even took a quick little video of it because it was stellar.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mariette. And I am here because, well, she asked me to read her poem. And I also happen to be her daughter, so it's kind of like she's reading the poem, but not, because I am from her. So I'm just going to try to embody her. Part of the beauty of this poem is that it's been really cool to have my mother show up as my peer in the Design Science Studio as an artist all these years, participating and creating and collaborating with other artists in the community independently, building virtual worlds and doing illustrations and making videos and music. And I'm just over here, hands off the wheel, just watching her weave her magic. And as Mariette alluded to, my mother was not born in the United States. She is the other half that is not Iranian. She's Colombian. And it's always been something that has helped me form my identity to know that she was always an activist and sought refuge in the United States after needing to leave Colombia because she was doing some really important political work, supporting the indigenous people there to learn to read and write so that they could protect their lands. And she's always been a fierce advocate for the well-being of all and culture and the importance of tending to and keeping our culture. And she has always been very committed to only speaking to me in Spanish. And because of her, I still speak Spanish and write in Spanish and can read in Spanish and think in Spanish sometimes. And apparently it was my first language, which is amazing. I recognize also that she may not have told the story if she wrote or was the one to read it today, but she's been going through just a lot, some stuff like like with our home, there was a big storm in Nashville that really hurt our family home, and the family was displaced for a few weeks, and then that was right on the heels of a really tender heart surgery. And the first one that wasn't successful, she just had another, and it seemed to have been successful, fingers crossed. But part of that really brought to her awareness that there was a literal like discovery of a little bit of a hardening of her heart. And so we were in a conversation about like, what does it mean when the doctor says it's not genetic? That's something that has happened in your life, that something has hardened. And she had also been telling me there had been a bit of a slowdown in her muse to write. And she shared the seed of an idea that she had been toying with, which was to write a poem called What If, which is essentially like a speculative futures type poem that kind of built the bridge from grief to possibility in a time of so much personally and much turmoil in the world, and what a courageous act it is to dream. And that's the poem that she wrote. And so I'm going to read it now. And I'll put a little bit of tone behind my voice. Let me know if you can hear my voice still okay. Still good? Okay, great. All right. This is a poem called What If by Moni Eugenia Shohadaee. She wrote it on the spring equinox at midnight. What if everything is a dream? I wonder as I recalled my last thought before closing my eyes. I rose alongside the sun this morning, and a wind of warm peace filtered strangely through my foggy window. I pushed myself to walk and dissolve my dreams. Singing birds and spring flowers came along as I stepped across a common, cracked, and familiar sidewalk. I stopped and I closed my eyes and I wondered, what if instead of concrete sidewalks, I could suddenly find a road made of blooming flowers? And at a distance, I could see children playing, oblivious of the harsh truth of an unwanted reality they were inheriting. I walked back and I sat quietly under a weeping willow. I closed my eyes and I dreamed again. What if around the corner was a crystal city awaiting our arrival, where we could stop being invisible and be seen for what we really are, where we are, invited to share the hand-picked fruits from a collective garden that we all tend together? What if we could find cascades of crystalline, clean waters that could refresh our faces after a collective harvest? What if we decided to stand firm and walk forward, lifting books, lives, and dreams instead of weapons of war? What if we could, together, break the sound of fear and the deep pain of silence? What if we could raise our collective voices and build communities of hope, with musical rainbows serving as bridges of love and understanding? What if we could dry every tear from the hopeless faces of every crying mother? What if we could look at the eyes of our fellow humans and we could see the reflections of each other's face in a repaired mirror, finally able to see a colorless tone of our new reality? What if? What if?
What if? What if? What if? What if? That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Roxy, and thank you, Moni, both. You know, it is just been so special to come in. And when I realized that there was a mother with a daughter and holding this type of, like you said, this equitable space together, this total coming together as humans, as creatives, I just knew it was special. And this evening, you've once again, both of you, and there are others. Miriam, who does our website, Design Studio. There are many of you who just have this incredible family connection, legacy, lineage that I just am very grateful that you're bringing it to this work and you're continuing it together. And this is an honor.
It's very beautiful to have the opportunity to extend something that we're so used to doing, living in intergenerational play and collective learning and tending together. It's the way that I was raised, both with my mom and my dad, who's Iranian. And even though I was raised, they were no longer together pretty quickly after I was born, still active family. And that's something, at least in the United States, in a lot of Western modernity, that I don't see as much. This intergenerational playing together, deep respect, honoring of the wisdom of our elders, and like also leveling the playing ground and knowing that the young people are so wise and that we can all hang out all the time and that it's cool and fun and amazing and wonderful. And I literally just don't see age really. It's so wonderful. I like have no idea how old most of my friends in the design science studio are. And then sometimes I find out and I'm like, wow, we're 30 years apart. And it doesn't feel that way. I mean, I acknowledge their wisdom. It's so nice to get to be in another space outside of my family that feels like that. Because there's other communities that I'm a part of that feel a little more ageist or ableist or I don't know, cool kids. This is this is some cool kid stuff right here. A different kind of cool kids, you know?
I mean, I also, yeah, I just really, this part that you brought up also resonates deeply with me, because of my own background of, English not being my first language, although it's my dominant language. And, it comes from the mother lots of times, right? Because it's from the holding of the child, and it's those first words. You learn to say mama with whatever lilt in the voice that mama brings, and that honoring, it's part of our decolonial work, it's part of all of our work. And I know you both know that, and it is just so special because, yeah, that ageism, as I also climb up in age, I'm super grateful. And I do think that, those of us who are climbing in on one side, and those of us who are just getting started, like, this is a beautiful experience to not have to feel like you're going to be defined by something that doesn't define who you are. Yeah.
And also invites us to honor and love and revere our rites of passage together. We had grandmother Lene's son come the other day, and she was like, cool, you can call me grandmother. Right? And so we sat and we listened to grandmother, and it was beautiful. And it's
Yeah.
so special. It's so
To
special.
be held by, yeah, to be sorry, we're talking about, but like to be held by grandmother, and it's just like that. It is so special.
And to be held by Bucky, and to be held by the train and all the visionaries of all time.
I
It's
just
amazing.
want to train. I just, just want to. It's true. It's true. And this is the thing. This is how we hold each other in every stage, right? Because we don't get to livingry from weaponry without the what ifs.
Mhm.
And these are the powerful what ifs that we're all bringing to the table.
Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yay. Yes. Okay, so who's up next? There we go. I'm gonna bring Spencer up, I believe. And you're gonna help me bring the next person up. Who are we bringing up, Spencer?
It looks like we have another artist. Surprise, surprise. Um, so following that beautiful poem, we're going to bring up Emily. I hope I said that lovely with a beautiful French accent. Emily Ratia, a French-born consultant and artist, bridging beauty, embodiment, and cosmic remembrance to craft immersive sanctuaries that restore attunement between self, others, and the living world. Do we have Emily here?
She might be recording. Is that what we're queuing up, Roxy?
I know that Eve did a tech check with Emily recently, and I wonder if they are still in there doing said tech check. So let's take a peek at our technical rooms. I know that Emily has been hard at work editing this piece that she's going to share some of.
So exciting.
Recorded it yesterday.
Mhm.
They did an in-person.
And what I can tell everyone, while Roxy's
I see her.
we'll locate her.
She's in the tech check. I'm going to go get her.
Okay, go grab her. So I'll let you intro her in just a second, Spencer, but I will say that I had a little sneak peek into what Emily is going to share with us today. And it is also an incredible invitation into the divine feminine, into the Venusian part of femininity. So this, the luxury of breathing, the richness of the earth, the imagination right now of spring. If you're in spring, like we had Demeter brought in by Samantha Sweetwater earlier, right? And Eve and all of the, all of the goddesses and divine feminine that that are at play right now in this, what we're saying, this gateway, in this portal, and also in the rising up of the feminine in society. And of course, that beauty that Emily's bringing to the table is just a beautiful invitation for us to really settle in. Welcome, Emily. Emily, would you like to give us a little bridge into your piece? But first, I would like to let everyone know that you are a French-born consultant and artist that bridges beauty, embodiment, and cosmic remembrances to craft immersive sanctuaries that lead us to our restoration and attunement practices. Thank you so much for being with us, and I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mariette. Thank you, everyone here tonight. So my name is Emily Witea. I am dedicated to the philosophy of beauty as a compass for regeneration. And today I'm honored to share with you the evolution of a project that has become a core part of my relationship consulting practice and artwork, Beauty Initiation, Antidote to Horror. It's an immersive art installation, an invitation to shift from the noise of survival into a regulated state of awe, recognizing beauty not merely as an aesthetic, but as an essential medicine for our times, a philosophy of life. I want to present you the origin of this art installation. It was born from a potent transmission that I received late last year, a call to recognize beauty as a life force and a vital antidote to the horror that is within us and all around us. This project was born from, okay, so I'm repeating myself. So the first iteration was in San Francisco, where I am located, where I transformed a hotel room into a white sanctuary. I dressed the walls with white fabric, and the participants of the art installation lie down on a white platform equipped with vibration to sound technology, covered in mattresses, pillows and sheets. Everything was white. I curated a film that people watched as they lie down on the platform, exploring the duality of beauty and horror in nature, in people, in trash, in destruction. This was followed by an emergence into an awareness in participants of beauty in our interactions and our planet. As the film played, a soundtrack vibrated the platform and people, the participants, and the beauty crew spread essential auras around participants, forcing them into their bodies and all their senses. So it was a very somatic experience. People emerged from the art experience deeply relaxed and in a state of awe. Beauty had successfully transmitted its message. So the evolution, because today I'm presenting you the third iteration of this art installation. It's into nature. I wanted to explore the essence of this theme by moving from the cocoon of the hotel into the wild. So we transition from technology, of the vibration of the bed, of the music, the film, to nature with limited distraction. So the journey begins, and I had that activation of this installation yesterday, actually, here in San Francisco, in California. So the journey begins with the silent walk with the participants, who are all dressed in white. I'm dressed in white as well. And we are invited into our interiority and a direct connection to nature with limited distraction. As you know, many of us go on walks in nature and talk about work, talk about our relationships. So with silence, we are forced into some discomfort and presence and attunement with self and our environment. The participants are taken into a deeper somatic experience where they lay down at an activation station after the silent walk, the first part of the walk. They lie down on the ground, again amidst white sheets and pillows. And in this silence, I transmit the philosophy of beauty as an antidote to horror within and in our world. I read to the participants some original analog stories that I wrote, a journey of reflection on our choice to live with beauty. This is followed by a guided meditation, still lying down on the floor, a portal that activates the remembrance of beauty and our invitation to amplify it in our daily lives and to use it as medicine, an antidote to horror. After this activation of beauty and its philosophy, we go on a second silent walk. Now equipped with this new medicine, participants experience themselves and the environment differently. We return to the activation station after this second silent walk to share our experiences, grounding and integrating the transmission in our shared humanity. I want to invite you to experience a glimpse of this third edition beauty initiation antidote to horror, an immersive art installation in nature. And I see I'm a little behind. My apologies.
Analog Story 1. Horror is when you rush, when you act small, when you people please, when you suppress parts of yourself, when you doubt, when you act selfishly, when you cling, when you act mindlessly, when you have no heart for others, when you refuse to accept what is, when you play games with others, when you lie to yourself, when you are impatient, when you are unfair to yourself and the world around you, when you are imbalanced, when you judge self and others, when you lack integrity, when you devalue, when you lack care for yourself and our planet. Horror is when you don't tend to your garden, the one within, the one around you. Others are your garden as well. Tend to the garden. Create beauty in it, with it, and around it. I invite you now to sit in this darkness for a moment. Feel the weight of the now that has been stolen by the next. Notice the resistance. Notice the screaming inside. Notice the chaos. And now lift your gaze. Analog Story 2. Beauty invites herself when you no longer compromise. You stop diluting yourself. You cease to follow, to fit in and belong. You drop all your masks. You end your devotion to righteousness. You turn away from your habitual busyness. You let a cacophony of worries and concerns melt away. You realize the absurdity of conflicts. You are no longer at war with yourself. You allow criticism to fall and gratitude to rise. You are patient and present. You hold my hand, and I am no longer alone. You slow down the adult self to play with the child within. You become openness and curiosity. You paint the life you always dreamed of with pastels and neon colors. You let yourself be seduced and enveloped by nature. You chant the joy in your heart. You allow yourself to enter the stillness of your soul. You breathe your fullness into aliveness. You shine as the star you were all along. You allow yourself to be home with her. Beauty is medicine, the antidote to horror. And I would like to ask our experiencers to take turn sharing about their experience of the silent walks. The first one before the beauty initiation antidote to horror activation, and after it on our second silent walk.
Wow. Wow.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. Is there something you'd like to add to conclude this ritual, this beautiful experience and activation you've brought us into?
Emily responded in the chat saying they're going to leave it at that.
Leaving it at this since I took more time. Just okay. Thank you. And thank you for honoring the time. We're gonna put the ways to keep in touch with Emily's work in the chat here. And I just want to thank you because it takes courage to bring beauty into the world. And that video, for all of its components, its cinematography as well for its context. I'm grateful that you took the time to shoot this yesterday, and I know this entire room and community is. So please, as Roxy said, take stills from that video, share them and around as well as your fine work. And I look forward to seeing you in the next salon. Keep bringing it. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. Whew. You're free from the spotlight. Okay, so we've got someone else coming in here after our beauty initiation anecdote to horror that we just, I mean, I think I almost cried that one. And Eve is going to come on up and introduce us to who is next.
Hi, friends. Next up, we have Robert Bowie with the Rainbow Theory. What? I'm really, really excited about this one because I remember when I was reading her application for the cohort, it mentioned something about rainbow theory, and I am a unicorn. So I'm very excited to hear what this is all about. So Robert Bowie is a professional leprechaun, natural builder, event coordinator, festival worker, DJ, and highly, oh, hi, everybody. Oh my gosh, wow, it just keeps going. And there's even a dog and it just keeps going and going. And highly active community member. It's true. You have all these people, active community member. Often traveling up and down the West Coast from project to project. Okay, Robert, it's your turn. I can't wait to see this.
And I have the video queued whenever you want.
Yeah, I'd say we should probably just rip into it because I'm gonna be rambling for like 13 minutes. You probably don't want to hear me talk more, but I do want to say that everyone's presentation today has been so fucking beautiful and powerful, and it's been amazing to witness all this. And these are my dear friends. Alan actually simultaneously having a garden party today. We have a little hobby on the shovel. He was working hard. Yeah, so with that, you just go ahead and send the video. I'm probably gonna turn off the video or my video stream so that you know. Love y'all.
Beautiful. That's great.
Okay, here we go. This is it.
Love you. Here it goes.
This is so embarrassing. No. Hello, my name is Bobby Bowie. I love rainbows because I am a leprechaun and I live in a dome. And I built this dome with the help of Johnny from Trillium Domes, who I highly recommend you check out. He's my good brother and buddy. I'm here to present Rainbow Theory. I have spoken this out loud many a times to many a people, been made fun of egregiously for it and loved dearly. And it is a ridiculous thing that I've never recorded. It is the culmination, summarization of all these realizations and ramblings I've had over the years from many different folks and different sources. And so I hope you like it. And here we go. All right, here we go. Rainbow theories. So here we are sitting on planet Earth, which is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. We are piggybacking on the sun, which we are orbiting at 67,000 miles per hour. Now the sun itself is moving at 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, which is moving at 1.3 million miles per hour. Now we know that the cosmic speed limit is the speed of light. And it's likely with this exponential acceleration that we are sitting within that we currently are moving at the speed of light. Yet we are in utter stillness. How does that work? So E equals mc squared, right? C squared stands for the speed of light itself. But you could also say that that C stands for consciousness. Light and consciousness are very similar in a myriad of ways. The basis of life is photosynthesis. You have the combination of sunlight and water and CO2. What happens when sunlight meets water? It refracts. The same process that creates rainbows. Life itself is a living rainbow. The circle of life is a spectrum that we exist in. A species is a repeated image, or a fractal, if you're familiar with the term. A fractal is a self-similar image that has slight differences that add up over time and change into all sorts of things, infinite things, right? So we are in fact a refracted fractal. Life is a continuum of consciousness expressing itself into a myriad of form, condensed, refracted light in form. We are all light, yet biodiversity is our greatest strength. Our differences are our evolutionary strength and ability to adapt to this vibrant world. So in this holographic fractal spectrum, we witness repeated patterns as energy condenses into form. And one way of looking at this is the alchemical octaves. You have the chakra system, of course, the ethereal, root, navel, sacral, heart, throat, third eye, crown. Then you have light, color, Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And you have the C scale, or sound, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, right? Now we know how sound works, where it goes do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, at a higher frequency, right? Energy is, these different patterns are expressed at different levels of frequency or wavelength, from the highest to the lowest densification of matter. So we have root, red, core of the earth, orange, navel, molten, magma, yellow, crust, sacral, green, heart, center, surface, plant life, blue, sky, birds, throat, singing, indigo, stars, crown, cosmos. We are all micro rainbows within a macro rainbow of existence. So it's all rainbows bottom to top, baby. So here we are on the rainbow plane where energy is distilling into matter. We witness this every day when the sun rises and the sun sets, and a gradient of color is created in the sky as wavelengths of light stretch out over our atmosphere. If you're ever looking for a rainbow and it's raining out and the sun is out, you must look directly towards your shadow. It will be at a 42-degree angle from your point of perception in the sky, and it is in fact a circle. The rainbow exists at the precise midpoint between light and shadow. It is where light is transmuted to shadow and shadow is transmuted by light. This is the realm of purgatory and our existence. It is about neutrality and balance. This is why you can't have rainbows without rain. We exist at the intersection of duality. The rainbow way is the middle path. The portal of the rainbow is directly into your shadow. So you may have heard of the concept of parallel dimensions and parallel selves in other dimensions that are just like you, but slightly different. Now, what if I was to tell you that you and I are in fact parallel selves? We have doppelgangers in this reality that are just like us, but slightly different. And those differences add up over time to create wildly different humans. You know, there are different ways to represent this through astrology, and the varying archetypes and patternings of people and types of people. But we're all different aspects of the same being, taking on different form. So let's say that you and I are sitting in a room and we're back to back, or we're facing each other and we're having a conversation. I could tell you that there is a zone in this room. And you would say, that's not true, there's a van. Now we could argue infinitely about whose reality is true, whether there's a zone or a van. But in reality, both realities are true. And if we are to listen to one another, we can see 360. Now the Buddha's head is pictured in paintings and statues as having multiple faces. Eye, nose, eye, nose, eye, nose, or vice versa. We are each one of those faces, looking out at a different angle of perception. Another way of putting this is a diamond has multiple cut edges, or facets, root word face, et. When light is shown through that diamond, that light will be projected at those different angles of perception. We each hold subjective truth and aspects of the truth, yet the objective truth exists at the center and all the way around all our truths. So the problem is humanity is divided and conquered. We are lost in translation. Our truth systems are fragmented through religion, science, and fundamentalism of ideas, my way or the highway, when this just isn't the case. Everyone and everything has aspects of this beautiful truth in this radial, symmetrical, spatial, spectral, wild world. And we gotta listen to one another. This is the nature of duality and binary thinking and polarity. We can only ever see one side of the coin, but there's two sides of the coin, and truth is paradoxical. Since matter can't be created or destroyed, consciousness had to divide itself into multiple entities in order to have a friend and to learn more about itself through listening to itself with varying perspectives. The dance is how we balance the immaculate beauty of this planet with the immense suffering that also exists, and how we alleviate that suffering and also not keep our head in the clouds. how we stay grounded in this middle plane of existence and hold both these worlds delicately. I think the best word that we have in the English language for the universe is art, and that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Things are beautiful and ugly and sad and happy, yet all exist and are valid. So I could ramble on in repetitive rainbow revelations, but that is essentially the essence of what I am trying to say. Is that we are all beautiful rainbows within rainbows, and everyone's perspective is valid and beautiful. And this is merely a metaphor and a working theory that is a combination of many ideas and is changing all the time. Just one way of putting it. A lot of this isn't, I'm not claiming to be a scientist or having it figured out. This is just poetry. And so what I'm really calling in here is our ability to communicate and listen to one another and perceive the fact that we are all one through the rainbow, yet our differences are beautiful and they matter. And we should embrace them and love each other in our differences, yet also perceive how similar we truly all are. So with that, I'm going to conclude rainbow theory for now. It's growing and changing, and many people have come to parallel realizations and revelations, like our cohort companion, Mark Smith, who is a fellow leprechaun that lives in a dome and has come to similar realizations. As he says, we need to move from being reactionary to refractionary. I hope to work together with everyone to expand and evolve this metaphor, and I hope you like it. Thank you so much. Your little leprechaun signing out.
That was adorable. I don't know about y'all, but I was just squeaking away over here the entire time. Amazing. I am so glad that you finally filmed it. Good job. I know you were nervous about it, but it came out really well. Like it came out really, really well. It kind of made me think of like one of those like cool, like you were like a cool kid that was making one of those like, here's what to do as a teenager video. And you're like dropping this great wisdom on them about like the world and perspective and stuff. Like, good job. Very good job.
Well, I wouldn't have done it without your encouragement, Eve. Thank you so much for being like, you got this, you should just do it. And I was like, I don't know if I can do that right now. I got a lot on my plate. And you're like, do it. And I was like, okay. So I made that yesterday. So bear with me. I made that yesterday. It's a bit repetitive, but it seems, yeah, but this has all been very repetitive because so many of our ideas parallel one another, like the whole day. It's like, it's really beautiful to see the synthesis and symmetry and symbiosis amongst this whole cohort. And yeah, and we're talking about doing garden parties, and literally my friends are out there doing a garden party. And yeah.
And now we have both of the leprechauns on stage. Roxy, I feel like this is you doing this.
Oh,
Yes.
100%.
Okay, Bobby, this is for you. If you were here, this would be hanging in your dome. This is from Deborah, my partner. These are rainbow catchers that anybody leaves our dome, we say, you've been domed, and you leave with a rainbow catcher. There
I
you
have
go.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark, that is great. And it really needs to be acknowledged that like we truly are doppelgangers, leprechauns across time, preaching the same thing. Like we are two parts of the same self, and form. And it's wonderful and crazy that we're both leprechauns and domes, like, and that we both do this program. And that it's
And
just
we're
a
always
wild
chasing rainbows.
Yeah.
My rainbow catcher is making rainbows right now. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, that's right.
It's done
Harlan's got a
setting, it's
rainbow
hitting
catcher
it.
too.
I've got rainbows all around my kitchen.
Wonderful.
So much rainbow love. Oh yeah, you definitely blew my mind like at least 4 or 5 times. Like, good job.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, very good
Well
job.
done.
So next up,
Hold on. I gotta just, this is too good. I'm obsessed with you too. It is so cool. I'm like, whoa, there's more than one of you. This is amazing. I'm sorry. It's like the coolest shit ever. Like, what is happening?
We were talking about doppelgangers.
I mean, it is
Yeah.
you're both obsessed with rainbows. You're both leprechauns. You're both really smart and nerdy, and like also fractal, and also
It's a day of
the
double.
list goes on and on.
They both live in domes. They both live in domes.
It's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird.
World's kind of weird.
My friend Tyler Hansen. My friend Tyler Hansen, who's one of our advisors, he's like, this work is really about finding the others. You know, when the other is like so hyper specific and you find each other, you know it's working. You know it's working. That was a great download. That was much wisdom you dropped, Bobby.
Thank you.
More of that.
Oh, I could ramble on. But I will spare you all.
Well, I'm looking forward to our in-person time so we can have many a ramble, unfiltered rambles to come. Thanks, friends. Also, y'all are amazing. Thanks for tending to the garden together. That's what we're all doing, right? We're just tending to the garden.
Untangling rings.
Oh,
Yeah.
Poppy, the baby.
Oh.
Amazing. Blessings, blessed.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Bobby. You're incredible. I don't know how I ended up here. Someone else was supposed to introduce Izzy, but I just got excited. That's just too cool. That's amazing. What a world. What a world we live in. That we found each other. Wow. Incredible. Okay. I'm going to bring, I think, George up here with me to celebrate this magnificent human. Izzy.
Here. I'm off mute. There you go. Well, everyone give a warm welcome to Izzy Niedemowski. Izzy's a creative being whose work sits at the intersection of art, science, spirituality, and culture, welcoming us further to expand ourselves through immersive art installations and conceptual designs. Welcome, Izzy.
Thank you. Yay. I'm so excited to be here and to share my most recent iteration of an art installation that I've been working on for the past few years. And also a newer installation that I just worked on the first round of yesterday, so last night. And so it's been a very busy past 24 hours with that, and I'm really excited to share how that went, and hopefully the blueprint for future designs of this art piece. So the first installation that I'm going to share about is called the Chrysalis, and it is a geodesic dome structure that is an intentional space for reflection and personal transformation for human beings to undergo their own journey of metamorphosis from butterfly or from caterpillar to butterfly. And it has had multiple different versions. There was a PVC version, a couple different kinds of that, and then I ended up doing a wooden dome, and that is what it is currently. And it's been a really beautiful journey over the years working on it and bringing it to different spaces for people to have transformational experiences and to be a part of people's journeys, and sometimes to be welcomed in and told stories about their life experiences and what they have experienced or have been going through. And it's been super powerful and profound to be a part of that and to support them on that journey. And so I'm going to share a couple of videos and a photo. So the Chrysalis installation was inspired by my own journey of grief back in 2022 when I first made it. I had just lost my little cousin and was going through a lot of very deep grief in my own life and familially with all of that trauma. And the chrysalis came about as a space to transform that and to put our energy into something beautiful. And I was inspired by the journey of the butterfly metamorphizing from caterpillar state to butterfly state. And that death is not an end, but just a transition. And that we go through many transitions in our lives, some smaller, some bigger, and creating an intentional space for that. And then I also had the opportunity to be connected to a group of people who were opening a storage unit of all this stuff that this woman had collected over the years. It was the Guinness World Book of Records, like 2002 largest collection of butterfly themed objects, I think, at some point. And so it was a very large amount of objects and they didn't know what to do with it. So we donated a lot of it. Some stuff went to museums, internet archives, and me and a few other people were able to take a big amount of the stuff, and I was able to make art installations out of that, including the chrysalis. And so that is one of the ways that I was able to have synergy in creating this and to be able to share all those objects with anybody who comes through and experiences that, and sharing that legacy and that journey with everyone. So to share. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. And this is at Mabuhay Gardens 2 weeks ago for their Solar Punkification 2026 event. And very grateful to everyone in DSS and all of the folks there. I'm going to play the video and then you can say it as I go. So this is entering. And a couple of the artists here ended up doing a collaborative art piece together. And so as we're walking through the space, you can see the other art installations as well. So on the walls here, there's all these signs. These are part of the work of an artist who has created a installation called Vulnerable Rally or Vulnerably. And that is a way for people to process deep things within themselves, bring them to light, and to release them. And then if I pause this really quick, you can see here is a structure that people are attaching leaves onto. This is called the wishing tree. And so the three of us ended up doing a collaboration along with some other people from Solar Punkification. And super grateful also to Bobby for facilitating that connection. Very grateful. But then if we keep on going. And so this is the dome. There's also a lovely screen to watch videos and presentations. And then we enter the dome. And so it has a flow from left to right and an altar in the middle with an intentional sigil honoring transformation and flowers and herbs that reflect transformation and change. And then people have a basket and pens, and there's a sign that lets them take 2 pieces of paper or more if they need. And then they write something they're letting go of. And there's a little caterpillar statue and the bucket so people can think about their caterpillar state and their caterpillar selves and write a response that is reflecting that, what they're letting go of, what has served them well in the past, but is no longer serving them in the future or currently, and what they can release to make space to grow. And so all of these bowls and random objects came from this collection. And so it feels like a co-creation of people from the past, people who I never met, both ancestors and ancestors that I have known, as well as other people who I've known in passing, but not in their life, but was able to connect with them through this way. So then people write something they're transforming into, put that into the butterfly statue bucket. And then there's a book here, and people are responding how they felt their experience was. They can leave their pens there and just draw anything that they're feeling. And so people have written some really beautiful notes, letters, or just funny drawings and anything that they've felt. And that's been really beautiful to create that with everybody who's come through. And then this is a box of butterfly objects so people can take objects when they're done with their experience. It's kind of like a memory of a constant reminder to their experience of what they went through. And that is the first video. Someone was telling me that they thought of the bucket at the end as a like prize bucket when you go to the dentist's office or something at the end, and I thought that that was really funny. And yeah, transformation is really hard and change is difficult, and I think it's important to make it a beautiful process and to hold space for it in a way that is warm and welcoming and caring for people, because we don't often have those spaces in our society to reflect and to heal and to transform, and it can so greatly change our lives for the better. And so the second video I'm going to share is of the art installation that was a collaboration between the people at Solar Punctification as well as the two other artists, one of which was the Vulnerable Rally people, so Candace, and this is a photo of the plaque that she has like with her card info. And so this is what the prompt is. So hers is, would you hold a sign in public revealing your shame, fear, and prejudices? That's the question Vulnerable Rally asks of its participants. When these shadow parts are brought to light, it has the chance to free us and to create powerful connections between people. What would your sign say? And then people can post that on social media if they want, or just contribute to the installation. And so she helped write the prompt and a lot of the vision for the creation of this tree, which was, I was contacted by someone from Bernal Equinox to work on this collaboration with them that they were feeling influenced by the chrysalis, but with other elements as well. And so I was able to connect with Candace and Gabriel and bring in their ideas of this tree and the Vulnerable Rally aspect of it as well. And so that was super fun to work on that together with them. And it fit in very well with the Bernal Equinox theme, which was Cosmic Treehouse Axis Mundi. And yes, this is the very first prototype of that. And I think that I like the concept a lot. And it would be fun to try doing it again in the future with more time and more prep for it. But I think it went well. So this is the video of this round. And so very similar prompt with what I read earlier, but also the question of what is the goo that you're sitting in that is helping to transform you so you can take flight. So thinking about that instead of what are you letting go of and what are you transforming into, but what is the goo that you are currently in? So kind of that in-between state and really focusing on that with people writing notes, and also the option for people to take Polaroid photos and then pin them to the tree like chrysalises hanging from the tree. And this was in a like relaxation space by Opulent Chill. And so that was a really beautiful collaboration to connect with the people from that as well. Okay, let's see. There. And yeah, thank you so much for listening to that and for all the beautiful energy and support over the years or in any of the iterations of the Chrysalis or on this most recent project. So yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Izzy. And to follow your work, the site is Unknownsky, right?
I'm going through a rebrand right now currently,
Okay,
so
cool.
things are in transition. They're in the goo state, I
So,
guess.
so stay tuned and we'll
Yes.
see more soon. How about that?
Yes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And up next, I believe we have Roxy popping in to intro Arturo.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things changing on the fly out here, George. I'm gonna embody my inner Arturo here pretty soon. But I did want to start by saying that I had the opportunity to spend some time with another one of our revolutionaries, Elle, at your installation, Izzy, at Solar Punkification. And it did all of the things. It was so lovely. It was in the middle of a crowded room where there was music playing, and immediately, even though we were on the dance floor, basically, we were able to ground and lay on the floor and rest and regulate our bodies and co-regulate. And I took liberty to turn on your little lights because the sun had just gone down, and so it's getting dark inside. And I discovered that there was the altar cloth that was like right in the middle of the transformation. It's a really traditional cloth from Iran. I don't know if you know that. They have this like really traditional block printing, screen printing, and there was a city that we visited, and I bought a bunch of it because I'm obsessed with printmaking. My bachelor's in fine art degree actually is a concentration in printmaking, so I'm a huge nerd for the stuff. And so that instantly made me feel very at home. And then we went through the whole exercise of the transformation. And this morning, I don't know if you were on the call right at the beginning. I know you've been on most of the session today with us in the salon, but I started talking about your installation because this whole day is about like, we literally like to bloom, we need to dissolve, we need to release to support the transformation. And so it's really fitting that you are like helping round the whole experience for us. And I want to actually just briefly bring back up our interactive slide that we did earlier that would allow for everybody to see, like, did anything new dissolve? Did anything else bloom? And I'll open it so that we can have it together, and I'll leave it open. But I think it would be really beautiful to just witness kind of what else came forward in this process together. Here. There we go. And as it's up, I wonder, Izzy, because there was a question that came in the chat from Eve, I believe, that was asking, what do you do with all of the gifts that people give you in terms of the papers that are written out? And obviously you give back gifts. I have one of your gifts that I laughed because I got one of your epic rainbow rainbow butterfly clips, and I ended up poking a bunch of people in the face with it because I forgot it was in my hair. And it lives next to my bed now. And you are alchemizing so much with this installation. So yeah, I wonder, and I invite people to add to this as well while we're talking, and kind of help us kind of ground the day of what else, bloomed and dissolved. What was part of this transformation for us all?
Definitely. I love the theme is bloom and dissolve. It feels so fitting with the installation and being able to contribute that this past 2 weeks ago, and just every time that the chrysalis has happened, it's been such a beautiful and profound experience that has brought me tears. And yeah, to know that I've been able to be a part on someone else's journey and have helped them in any way, it's so fulfilling. And I really like the question about what I've done with the piece of paper. So yeah, so for what are people letting go of? What are they releasing as their caterpillar state? I've burned those during the full moon cycle that has happened after the installation, along with the herbs that were used. And so releasing those into the ether and allowing the universe to yeah, just accept and take those in a physical form, not just in a ceremonial form, but also uh, more physically, like in matter, and bringing those parts of that process together. And that's why I love the journey of metamorphosis of butterflies and caterpillars and the chrysalis state. It's like a physical representation of something that's happening spiritually, and it's a way that we understand it and take it as fact, but it's still very mysterious even within scientific realms as well. And it's just such a beautiful representation of that and that unification of that duality. And then for the what are people transforming into, I have ground up the responses into like a pulp in a blender to mix with soil, and I have planted seeds for butterfly plants so that the responses are literally the soil of what is growing the seeds that will feed literal butterflies. So that's been a really beautiful journey to be trusted with people's intentions, both in what they're letting go of and what they're transforming into, and to have been a caretaker of that energy and a steward for the butterflies. So
Wow, that's incredible. Have you, in that process, do you look at what is written at all, or do you just take what's
I do
there?
not look at what is written. I feel like that's between people and themselves. But sometimes people have gone up to me directly and shared what they've wanted to, or what they wrote, and have had like a very profound experience that they're like, blah, blah, and just kind of, telling me that. And I've always really appreciated when people have felt comfortable to do that. But I leave it to each person to decide that for themselves, because I want to keep that private and sacred.
Are there any words that are on the screen right now that resonate with some of the things people have told you?
I would say dissolving rigidness. Like, I think letting go of fear has been something people have talked about, and love coming in, for sure, the blooming of love. And generally feelings of dissolving as well. I've gotten a lot of feedback about the chrysalis being a dome, and like the fact that it was a dome, it helped people to feel comfortable and safe to have those vulnerable experiences. The original very first run that I did, the first PVC dome that I did, it wasn't even a full dome. It was like an alcove kind of, so people could like kneel in front of it and kind of look into it. But I really wanted it to be more of a container for people's experiences and for people to go inside and feel like it was private and they were held within that space, and could really relax into that state. And when I went into the dome the first time after it had transitioned from an alcove to a dome, I was like, yes, this is what it's meant to be. And yeah, just being able to dissolve more and feel like the outer structure takes care of your structure, so you can just relax and kind of open up, is something that I've heard from people and also experienced for myself.
Beautiful. It was really nice to get to integrate this with you and witness a different container that is working with similar themes and finding the resonance. It really feels pretty magical. And that in between altar, it's also that liminal goo that we're in. And it's pretty incredible what happens in that transitional state. I know you were speaking about this earlier, but the imaginal cells, like we're really in the imaginal goo. And like it says, like the in the invitation today, so there's nothing in the caterpillar that tells you it's going to be a butterfly. So beautiful. Thank you so much, Izzy. And also thank you all for all the new things that were added now and the things that are growing. This is so special. Wow. And something that actually is a really nice transition is we are going to get to have a little emergent musical alternative, which I'm very excited about. So thank you, Izzy, for being the last DSS artist to share today. And now we get to welcome a friend from the Vision Train. And I need to modulate we're already, as Amanda and I often will say, sometimes the train goes off the tracks. So we are officially in train off the tracks mode here. And we're going to get to have our friend Amanda and the train's friend Gregory share some handpan music. And before you start, Gregory, I just want to double check, Amanda. We need to hand the reins over at 8, right?
In an hour, yes.
Perfect. Great. We'll try to make sure that we're done a few minutes before then. But for anyone who can stick around and play, Amanda will do a proper intro to her friend Gregory, who will play a handpan for a little bit. We're going to do some thank yous, then we'll close the stream, and then I'm going to play a little bit of music, and Mark is going to lead us in some integration beaming. It's going to be fun, and we're going to hand this train over. But we definitely could benefit from some music, Gregory. So thank you for jumping in. Arturo had an unfortunate emergency. He's okay, but he wasn't able to come back. So it's very important that we go into resonant frequency time. Thank you.
Well, Roxy, I'm so stoked for the train sometimes getting derailed onto another rail that was not supposed in the plan, because sometimes that's the most perfect. You know, it's like this, we plan things and so Gregory, it's so beautiful there right now where Gregory is in Thailand. So it's a beautiful morning light, and this place where you are, maybe you'll share just a couple words about it. We're gonna do a trip about it. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. It's tomorrow, right? Yeah, it'll be like in another couple hours, in 24 hours, so 26 hours from now. And we'll get more of a tour, but yeah, where are you, Gregory?
Yeah, I'm in Chiang Mai, Thailand at Pun Pun Farm, adjacent Panya Farm, which we'll be focusing on more tomorrow. Same, but different. But yeah, the sun is coming up, and I'm learning how to use Zoom. Learning how to get on the train in 100 ways at once, starting in the middle, going everywhere simultaneously, which is really fun. So blasting through like a rainbow, super fun waking up with you all. And I am just learning how to use this now, so hopefully you can hear it. Can we do a little test and you give me a thumbs up if you can hear?
We can hear the birds, which is beautiful.
Oh, good. That's even better.
Oh yeah, we can definitely hear it.
All good? Yay! All right. Well, all blessings to you from Thailand. It's I guess it's the next day over here. You're gonna love it. It's a good day. Tomorrow's really fun. You're gonna love it. Everything cool?
This is amazing. Yeah, keep going.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Oh, relaxing,
I see
beautiful.
chats coming and I don't know what they're saying. I'm sorry. I don't know if anyone's saying anything. Just want to check in. Everyone feeling good?
Just beautiful.
Yeah, we're saying we love it so much. Keep going.
Oh,
Yeah, keep
good.
going.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
So perfect.
That was
Right
so
on. How much more time we got?
You know, I feel like your tenure of playing has completed our wildest hopes and dreams
Okay,
and leaves us
beautiful.
just enough time to say thank you and do a few last closing things. Oh,
Cool.
yeah, choo choo.
Choo choo! Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of fun.
Wow, that was such a gift for us. Thank you so much, Gregory. Thank you also for taking us to Thailand, one of my favorite places in the world.
And come back
Good
tomorrow,
to
guys.
hear.
Yes. Come back tomorrow and get a tour of and hear about the amazing things that they're doing there. You know the Emerald podcast? You guys
Yeah.
familiar with that?
Mhm.
They got one of the grants recently from them. They're doing this incredible work there with, um, you can say in like 2 sentences, probably a lot more than I could say. But they're doing this work with refugees from Burma?
Myanmar, Burma.
Myanmar. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
And
Yeah, that's
deep
specifically
cultural work.
with Josh Stry from Emerald. Bless him. He's helping us work with the Bakayan Hill tribes here to keep alive their their mythological educational modalities, essentially, which are endangered right now, you might say. So we're trying to keep them alive and really grateful for them for helping us with that.
Oh.
It's all about seeds. So it's so fitting what Joe Bob said yesterday.
Yeah.
It's very much about seeds.
So beautiful. Thank you, Gregory. What's so exciting about that grant?
Yeah.
I'm sure many of us will make it back for tomorrow. I can't wait to learn more.
Cool. All blessings to you all.
Blessings to you. Blessings to you. Way to be a manifester, Amanda. I was like, but maybe, but that's epic.
I was looking on the calls, like, who could there be? And then I was like, oh, you never know.
You never know. Well, now's our time to say all the thank yous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We did it, team. High five. Doo doo. Oh, yeah. We're in our last moments of the stream, and then we'll close the stream and keep recording so we can do a few things that or play some music that is probably not royalty free, and then have a little mini beam and give the wheel back. Keep this train on the track. Yeah, but none of this ever happens without a giant group of humans weaving together. So it's time for many, many thank yous. So to start, just want to acknowledge, hopefully this list has most people, a lot of folks contributed. So just
Can I say something to my volunteers?
hold on one second, Eve. You took the words right out of my mouth. To start, before I just start reading people out, I was going to say I wanted to invite you, Eve, who is the volunteer coordinator.
And really excited about giving appreciation to all of the amazing volunteers who stepped up, showed up, were open to learning new skills. I had a lot of fun working with each one of you, and I really, really appreciate the energy and love and support you put into this. It's a collaboration, and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you. And the floor is back to you, Rex.
And thank you, Eve, for wrangling all these incredible humans. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Cassius, George, Govind, Gigi, John, and Malcolm, and Mary, and Raquel, and Rebecca, and Rex. And also Vincent, and Mage, and Umulkeri, and Wahinia, Gabriella, Miriam, Mariette, Mark, Spencer. Woo! Spencer freshly joined the team and made it through the first salon. Amazing job. Amazing job. Amanda Sage, as always. Look at this Eve Rose looking fabulous. Little old me over here in the corner, hanging out, making magic together. It's such a joy. and so many performers and presenters. Thank you for your time, your energy, your vision, your creativity, your devotion, your courage, your encouragement, your inspiration. You are incredible. And every single one of you just wove this big collective prayer on the train, and it was such a gift to the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your time and all that it took to make it so that you were here, your ancestors, your forecasters, your families, the lands that hold you. Thank you to our partners who all came together to weave this particular instance of Dissolve and Bloom. Thank you, Vision Train, Design Science Studio, Habitual, Catalyst, and the Buckminster Fuller Institute. And very much certainly not least, thank you all for participating and being with us and celebrating all of this incredible work, and to our beautiful living planet and to all of life. May this be received into the web of life as an offering. And I think we all feel just how beautiful and potent and powerful it is, and just really, really, really nourishing that you were able to play some music and let that resonate across the world, Gregory. It's really such a gift to be able to do this, and it does not come without this entire ecosystem and more, so many more that weren't even named, so many conductors on the train and incredible artists who are creating all day. Yeah, so much it takes to all the invisible hands, all the people who love us and support us so we can show up and do this work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyone else want to send any final thank yous before I close the live stream?
I'm just really appreciative and grateful for this community. Every time we have a salon, it just reminds me of how, even though we're in so many different areas of the world, we're all connected and we're all very passionate and care. And I'm just so honored. Okay, I'm not gonna cry. I'm just really honored to get to know all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Great job. Pulled it off. This is epic.
I said it before today, and I say it again. I found my people. I found my tribe.
We love you, John. Absolutely.
You're all so special.
Thank you for staying up super late with us last night. John was up. He was like, I'm gonna go to bed. 2 hours later, he's like still putting people's
Yeah,
bios as I run a show.
you started yesterday, and we played into tomorrow. So we've done it all day around.
It's been such a gift.
And it's our uniqueness that makes us strong.
There is so much, I feel like validation in a certain way today about, I've been putting in also these kind of like 18-hour days for a long time now, and building these projects and these platforms and these places to gather and to weave everyone's stories together. I see you all and I appreciate you so much, and it helps strengthen. I feel it's like so perfect that this is the beginning of these 8 days where this Zoom call. So everybody that's here, just save this and jump back on whenever you want, because there's gonna be something going on. And it's more elongated than what this is, right? But also the passing of the, to each other, and the appreciation and the intention is just so aligned, and it's generative in a good way, right? It fills the cup, and to know that there are others out there, and to help each other find the others, and to find the projects and the places. That's a watering hole. That's why we do this. So for all that are feeling the call, hearing the whistle, it's time, and we got to call on all the resources to fuel our tanks with the passion of vision and potential, and the world needs us. I feel that deeply. So thank you all for what you're doing.
An honor to do it with you, Amanda. Thank you for continuing to keep the train going with so many amazing people that we get to meet and become close friends with and collaborators with and continue sharing these tracks. It's so cool, Lincoln Train Cars, and that's all why we have done every single event on the Design Science Studio on the train, period, from the beginning. So that we always tell everyone to come and play. This is an international space station of creativity, and it is always here for everybody. And it's just like Design Science Studio has been an anchor in a really rough and stormy sea for a lot of people. So has the train. Yeah, together we'll make it through. Well, with that, I'm going to just close the live stream so that so that part is complete. So farewell, folks on the internet, and thanks for tuning in. Choo choo! Come play in the 8-day anniversary celebration. Support the Vision Train, support the Design Science Studio. Your creativity is the fuel of the world that we dream.